Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your pardon, favor, and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. Amen. So welcome, honorable members, for today's session. Clerk, read the order paper.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this morning of visiting students from and teachers from KABIANGA Girls School in the Chemosot Ward. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming our visitors to the assembly, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the assembly, I wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. So later on, I'll give a chance to member of County Assembly for Chemosot Ward to also welcome the students from KABIANGA Girls School. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Okay, next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chair AD-HOC Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I rise to table notice of motion on the report of the AD-HOC Committee on KABIANGA TIFAM.
Thank you. Next order.
Number 7, statements.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion by chairman of AD-HOC Committee.
Chair AD-HOC Committee, move your motion.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I wish to table before this House the report of the AD-HOC Committee on KABIANGA TIFAM. The AD-HOC Committee on KABIANGA TIFAM, Honorable Speaker, sir, was set to investigate matters surrounding KABIANGA TIFAM and to do a report that would later on help in running of the farm efficiently and professionally, so as to improve the productivity and profitability of the farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, the AD-HOC Committee was formed, and the AD-HOC Committee sat down to lay a work plan that would see on steps that would be taken so that this report is done. There were committee hearings, Honorable Speaker, sir, that were done between the committee and KABIANGA and Kipkebe Tea Factory. KABIANGA Tea Farms also appeared before the AD-HOC Committee. Patrick Rono also appeared before the AD-HOC Committee. Evergreen Tea Factory appeared before us, giving out their testimonials, all along until the field assistant came before us to testify. The AD-HOC Committee, further, Honorable Speaker, sir, held its field visits, going to KABIANGA Tea Farm, going to Kangaita Tea Farm, so as to do a comparative analysis and get the data that would inform the writing of the report that is before us. The AD-HOC Committee further went to Eastern Africa Tea Trade Association in Mombasa and Comrock Tea Brokers, as well as Signon and ABSS warehouses, where they established a number of information that would be later on critical in writing of this report. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee then sat down to write and respond to the terms of reference, running all the way from page 31 to page, all the way from page 31 to almost page 38, addressing the issues that had been asked to address. It was also important, Honorable Speaker, sir, that this report addressed emerging issues that we found during our field visits and issues that emerged away from the terms of reference that were before us. Then the committee made its observations and recommendations that would be tabled before us today. Honorable Speaker, sir, because the whole House has the report that is before us, I would like to take us through the observations that the committee made, as well as the very critical recommendations that are before us, before we then open up the floor for discussion. Honorable Speaker, sir, when the committee sat down and did its report through the various investigatory methods as captured earlier before, it is important to note that the committee observed the following: that the KABIANGA tea farm.
Yes, what is your point of information, Honorable Paul Chirchir?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me an opportunity to rise on a point of information. Mr. Speaker, sir, this report is it's a very important report, and I thought, with your guidance, it's very important that the whole report is read so that it is captured in the Hansard, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. I think, judging from the mood of the House, I could see members in agreement. So I think, Chair AD-HOC, we only have one agenda this morning to go through this report, and I think this is a very important matter. So we shall give you all the time to read through and internalize and get to understand the responses from various stakeholders you met, for the sake of, even also for the sake of our students in the gallery and even those who are following live stream. Remember, this report is before this House. So, Chair AD-HOC, please, you have your time. Please proceed as you've been guided.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is then my pleasure to take through the whole House the report, beginning with the executive summary. Honorable Speaker, sir, KABIANGA Tea Farm is a farm owned by Kericho County. The whole farm is 151 hectares, and the area under the tea is 121 hectares. The remaining 30 hectares, Mr. Speaker, sir, is under houses, roads, and trees. It started as a KTDA trial center for the different clones of tea, and it was later given to James Finlay Company Limited to manage on behalf of the County Council of Kipsigis under the lease agreement. James Finlay's continued the management of the farm, remitting surpluses to the County Council of Kipsigis and undertaking a lot of CSR activities to the immediate community, up to when they made losses when they asked the County Council of Kipsigis for reimbursement of the losses incurred. This prompted the County Council of Kipsigis to terminate the agreement and resorted to the management on their own. Honorable Speaker, sir, the farm got registered as a limited liability company under Chapter 486 of the Laws of Kenya as the KABIANGA Tea Farm Company Limited on 12th of June 2008. The then councillors became the directors to the farm based on the nature of the positions they held. The chairman to the council, the clerk, and the treasurer. This period experienced turmoil in the farm since the councillors did not have the requisite skills to manage the farm. Conflict of interest ensued and the farm got mismanaged. Trees were felled and procedurally, as there were no checks and balances, and at one time the councillors were signatories to the farm's accounts. This led to the farm to experience huge losses. Honorable Speaker, sir, after the promulgation of the new constitution in 2010 and the formation of the county government in 2013, the county governments took charge of the farm and managed using the board of directors. Honorable Speaker, sir, the board under the chairmanship of Simon Kimutai took charge and came up with a raft of measures geared towards turning around of the performance of the farm. Radical changes were made, including the termination of the services of the farm manager and the laying off of a number of employees. The scaling down was geared towards bringing down the huge cost of labor and to check the redundancy index in the farm. Under this period, the farm was able to remit profits to the county government, as well as acquiring additional assets to the farm. 2 new lorries and a pickup, among other assets, were procured during this period of time. Honorable Speaker, sir, the term of this board lapsed during this period. The board was struggling to come up with a human resource manual as well as a strategic plan for the management of the farm. The next board came into effect in 2019. The new board has not made things better since they took over. To date, no strategic plan has been produced to guide in the planning of the farm. This board is characterized with a lot of conflict of interest between the farm and the management and the board of directors. A lot of duplication of roles is evidenced, and there is a thin line between the board of directors, who ordinarily would be policy makers, and the management be doing the day-to-day running of the affairs of the farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, a paltry 2 million has been submitted to the county government by the farm in the last 3 years under the new board. This prompted the assembly then to come up with this motion to look into the performance of the farm, and this culminated to the formation of an ad hoc committee to look into its performance. Honorable Speaker, sir, then the committee conducted the field visits, hearings, benchmarking exercises to come up with the findings and the recommendations, as you would see in the subsequent pages. Honorable Speaker, sir, in the introduction, it is prudent to note that the ad hoc committee report examined the KABIANGA tea farm from its establishments, operations, governance, management, and tea trade. Its aim at the informing the county executive on the strategies and recommendations to improve the performance of the farm. It lays out the methodology to the committee used to arrive at the recommendations for the adoption. As you see, Honorable Speaker, sir, those were the members that had been established by this House to study the subject before us. The KABIANGA tea farm, Honorable Speaker, sir, as is a county semi-autonomous agency that was inherited by the defunct County Council of Kipsigis in 2013, it being managed as a private entity and registered as KABIANGA tea farm Limited.
What's your point of information?
What's your point of information?
The Honorable Chairman, Mr. Speaker, sir, is jumping some pages. So we had requested that he reads from page to page, comma to comma, so that the whole information is captured in the answer, Mr. Speaker, sir, for posterity, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay. So, Chairman ad hoc, please be guided, and you're also free to, once you read and you're tired along the way, you know, you're always free to ask a member of your committee to come and read. Then you can conclude as a chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Then, the ad hoc committee was established through a resolution of this House, via a motion dated 6th of December 2022. It comprises the following members: Honorable Dr. Naman Ropes, the chairperson; Honorable Philip Rono as the vice chairperson; Honorable Matthew Correa as a member; Honorable Paul Chirchir as a member; Honorable Dominic Mutai as a member; Honorable Philip Mutai as a member; Honorable Cheska Chepngeno as a member; Honorable Gladys Chesang as a member; Honorable Hezron Kipngeno as a member; Honorable Masi Kikonyo as a member; Honorable Kilbert Ngetich as a member; Honorable Julius Hiele as a member; and Honorable Aaron Rotich as a member. Overview of the KABIANGA tea farm. The KABIANGA tea farm, Honorable Speaker, sir, is a county semi-autonomous agency inherited.
What is your point of order? What?
The list of the members of this ad hoc committee.
Yes.
And you know, they are very close friends, members of this committee. So I don't know whether they should also have been included in this list, because I remember with Shan Fass, almost the entire country with the committee, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
As a very close member, no, and of course there's an interested party, because the people that I represent, you know, they also grow tea. So I don't know whether will allow me, so that the committee also includes, even if not all of us, then personally, because we did a lot of work with this committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Chair of the committee, you need to be on record how many members you had, and if there was, if Honorable Cheriat Bid was a member, and any others, please acknowledge them as you proceed. What is your point of order, Honorable Eric B?
Mr. Speaker, allow me, this is a House of Rules and Order. So when we pass any motion in this House, it was captured in answered, and these members should have if there's any additional member, Mr. Speaker, we should be aware and we follow what we pass in the House. Thank you.
So I'll give the chair ad-hoc to clarify. You are the chair, you know your members. Please tell us your kindly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. The members that had been passed in the motion before the floor of this House are the members captured in the report. During the presentations and during the fact-finding mission, the committee saw it fit that some members were enjoined into the report to help provide further information that we required, and those honorable members are not included in this place unless they move an amendment so that their names be included here.
I just wanted to also be for the member to know that the membership, that there are some members who are very close, but I do not intend to move an amendment. And maybe to school my chair health is that it is the prerogative powers of the chair and the committee. If they think that they need someone else, especially I was there because of the institutional memory. I remember we carried the first AD-HOC committee, and I was a member in 2013. So the main reason why I was co-opted in this committee is because of that institutional memory. By that time, I know the honorable member was a medic. In fact, I fought for his right when he had been terminated or retrenched from the central hospital under, I think, the Unilever. So by that time, you are not there. Otherwise, you could have been included. Otherwise, I do not intend to carry any amendments here.
Okay, thank you, thank you. For the sake of moving, I think Chair Doc, just acknowledge those members whom you co-opted and proceed. Kindly.
Thank you. Then I wish to acknowledge that it has been done in the acknowledgement at the end of this report.
Perfect.
Then it being managed as a private entity, Honorable Speaker, sir, and registered under KABIANGA T-Farm Limited. It is wholly owned by the county government with a share capital of 5,000 shares, out of which 3 directors hold 1 share each in trust for the company. The Kericho County KABIANGA T-Farm Act of 2021 was enacted by the County Assembly of Kericho to operationalize the T-Farm. Its governance is composed of 7 directors, 4 of whom are appointed by the governor for a term of the 3 years renewable subject to the performance. Honorable Speaker, sir, KABIANGA Tea Farm is involved in tea farming for commercial purposes and sells its tea to private factories in Kericho, Bomet, and Nyamira counties. The background information. KABIANGA Tea Farm, Honorable Speaker, sir, has a land area of 151 hectares with 121 hectares of it under tea and 30 hectares under road, houses, and trees. It started as a KTDA trial center to test for suitability of the different clones of tea. It was later given to James Finlay's company, limited to manage on behalf of the County Council of Kipsigis under the lease agreement. During this period, sir, the farm was well managed and used to offer corporate social responsibility to the community in the form of provision of clean water, construction of schools, and employment of teachers. Sir, the County Council of Kipsigis later took over the management of the farm and tasked Mr. Joseph Chiruyot to manage the farm on their behalf. The farm got registered as a limited liability company, trading as KABIANGA Tea Farm Company Limited. The councillors served as directors of the farm by virtue of their positions they held. During this period, the farm got mismanaged and registered losses. Upon the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, Honorable Speaker, sir, the county government set up a board of directors comprising of 7 to manage the farm under the chairmanship of Mr. Kimutai, whose tenure brought about serious restructuring of the operations of the farm, and the farm posted surplus during this period. Now, the AD-HOC committee, Honorable Speaker, sir, had the following TORs. Number 1 was to analyze the financial records for 12 years. Number 2 was the green leaf production of the last 12 years. Number 3 was to analyze the processing factories, each kilogram processed per factory. Number 4 was to analyze the payment rates per kilo and per factory delivered to. Number 5 was the number of staff on permanent and pensionable terms. Number 6 was to analyze the number of employees on contract. And number 7 was to analyze the actual acreage under the T. And number 8 was to analyze the company assets and the status. Number 9 was to analyze the internal and external audit reports of the last 12 years. And number 10 was the board of directors sitting allowances. Honorable Speaker, sir, the 11th and the 12th term of reference was the income of the sales of timber and trees for the past 12 years, and any recommendations from any investigatory organs, including the Office of the Auditor General, and the status of the implementation. Honorable Speaker, sir, it is prudent to note that there is a legal framework that governs the ad hoc committee of the county assemblies. The county assembly is established under Article 185(3) of the Constitution of Kenya, and it is expressly stated that while respecting the principles of the separation of powers, the county assemblies may exercise oversight over the executive, the county executive, and any other county executive organs. Under Section 14(2), Honorable Speaker, sir, the County Government Act of 2012, and subject to the provision of the standing orders, the county assembly may establish committees in such a manner for general and specific purposes as it is considers it fit. The county assembly exercises its oversight role through committees. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Black Laws Dictionary defines an ad hoc committee as a committee that is created to supervise a task. It is a temporary committee formed to achieve a specific task for a set period of time, upon which it is disbanded. On 6th December 2022, the County Assembly, through a resolution of the House, via a motion by Honorable Dominic Puntai, the KABIANGA ward representative, passed for the formation of an ad hoc committee to investigate on the performance of KABIANGA Tea Farm. KABIANGA Tea Farm, being one of the County Assembly's investments, county government investments, give the Assembly jurisdictions over it. The terms of reference are as well stipulated earlier on as per the order paper of the 6th of December 2022. 5.0 Ad hoc Committee Methodology and Strategy. Honorable Speaker, sir, the ad hoc committee resolved to conduct investigations into the matters raised by the motion on KABIANGA Tea Farm, using the following methodology as outlined on the committee's paperwork. Number 1 was the committee meetings. Number 2 was the field visits and interviews. Number 3 was the courtesy calls and workshop by the tea players. Number 4 was the data collection through desktop reviews, perusals of secondary data as submitted by the witnesses and the key institutions. And number 5 was the scheduled ad hoc committee hearings and report writing. In the scope and limitation of the ad hoc committee, Honorable Speaker, sir, this report is aimed at scrutinizing the performance of KABIANGA Tea Farm in order to inform the policy interventions. The committee examined supporting legislations, governance structures, green leaf production, financial statements, audited accounts, personnel emoluments, tea processing factories, and other operations of the farm. It is also covered field visits, investigations, committee hearings, and comparative study of a similar farm in other jurisdictions, as well as examination of other tea value chain players, including warehouse, brokerage firms, and tea auctions. Honorable Speaker, sir, during the committee hearings, Kepe Tea Factory Sasini appeared before us. The Deputy General Manager Outcross and his assistant appeared before the committee on 6th of February 2023 on behalf of the Kepe Tea Factory. He informed the committee that the factory made a contract with KABIANGA Tea Farm on September 2021. The factory supplied the farm with 954 bags of fertilizers in September 2021 and 756 bags on April 2022. The price of green leaf was 25.25 cents and later on increased to Kenya shillings 27.25 cents per kilo, and a bonus of 2.5 per kilogram is yet to be paid to KABIANGA Tea Farm, citing claims of breach of contract. The committee also learned that 509 that half a million 9,245 was deducted erroneously by the factory for transport of fertilizers. However, they committed to correct the error upon receiving a written report from the farm manager. The management, Honorable Speaker, sir, of the factory recommended that the county get an independent consultant to evaluate suitability of the board of directors so as to improve the performance of the firm. In 7.2, Honorable Speaker, sir, KABIANGA Tea Farm former board of directors appeared before the committee. The board of directors was represented by the former chair of the board and a member in charge of human resource. The chairman took the committee through a number of reforms they put in place during this tenure. The board noted that former councillors and some directors gave themselves loans from KABIANGA Tea Farm. Most assets were grounded, and the board utilized private partnerships and personnel guaranteed to purchase 2 lorries and pick-up van for the farm. The board restructured personnel and laid off part of the workforce so as to cut on the wage bill. The board also successfully mobilized for the construction of a boardroom through the Department of ICT. The board set up structures that include development of human resource manual, articles of association, and draft of a strategic plan for the farm. It is during this term, Honorable Speaker, sir, of this board that the tea and tree nurseries were introduced and clones of tea that benefits the farm and the community was done. The board recommended that the restructuring of the farm be done by the following. Due to procedures and downsides were possible. Integrity and competence to handle work should be factors to consider, among others, in the appointment of the board of directors. Honorable Speaker, sir, Mr. Patrick Rono appeared also before us, and Mr. Patrick Rono succeeded Mr. Chiruyot to be the second manager of the farm. He previously served as a field assistant to the farm, and under him, the farm managed to turn around the profitability of the farm, and in the first financial year of this board, they registered a surplus of 10 million. Mr. Rono was appraised by the board and elevated as a manager. He explained to the committee the crop husbandry routine in the farm and what would possibly be done to improve the profitability of the farm. He cleared the claim by the new board that he was not qualified profession for the farm management, since to them he was a human resource practitioner. But contrary to this, Honorable Speaker, sir, the AD-HOC committee found out that that he was a graduate of agricultural extension and education officer from Egerton University. Mr. Rono has since been transferred by the new board to Kipkelion Coffee Farm. Joseph Chiruyot also appeared before the AD-HOC committee. Honorable Speaker, sir, Mr. Chiruyot was the first manager for the farm after it was handed over to the Council of Kipsigis in 2008. The committee established that Mr. Joseph Chiruyot was dismissed procedurally from duty in 2013 at the onset of devolution. Mr. Chiruyot informed the committee his relationship with the community was cordial, and during his tenure, Mr. Speaker, sir, he catered for the welfare of the staff and the members of the KABIANGA community. The committee further established that Mr. Chiruyot wanted to pursue a case against his dismissal, but the governor promised emplacement elsewhere.
What is your point of information, Honorable Cheriot Bet? Blast the mic.
That Mr. Chiruyot was the first manager for the farm after it was handed over to the county in the year 2008. The committee established that Mr. Chiruyot was dismissed. Is it procedurally or unprocedurally? Procedurally? Okay, fine.
The chair, Doc, please clarify on that, as raised by Cheriot Bet on page 12. So he is asking whether it was procedural or unprocedural. Please confirm. On page 12, the committee established that Mr. Joseph Chiruyot was that section.
During the presentations, he was claiming that he was dismissed and procedurally. But when we went further to analyze documents, reports, and the letters that were written to him, as well as the communications that were happening, we found out that he was dismissed procedurally. But as you would find on, Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee further established that Mr. Chiruyot wanted to pursue a case against his dismissal, but through the governor then promised him placement elsewhere in the county. I think that was never done. During his tenure, the farm performed fairly well, but conflict of interest ensued, as in the case of owning a posho mill within the farm and rearing of animals, all of which the farm's resources were being used. Honorable Speaker, sir, the former County Executive Committee member in charge of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Honorable Engineer Philip Mason, appeared before the committee on 7th of February 2023 to give information regarding the operations of the farm. The CCM informed the committee that, being cognizant of the fact that the farm was run as a limited liability company, and he gave them a space to run their affairs independently, on the income of the farm, the former CC alluded to the fact that the farm made surplus after the sale of timber. The committee was informed that the KABIANGA Tea Farm Act of 2021 has been operationalized and is guiding in the running of the farm. The dissolution of the KABIANGA Tea Farm Company Limited, Honorable Speaker, sir, has not been effected. Thus, the county is still not a semi-autonomous agency. The CCM confirmed that the Board of Directors on a 3-year renewable term once was appointed by His Excellency the Governor. The CCM made the following recommendations. Number 1, that proper study be conducted on the management of KABIANGA Tea Farm aimed at getting the right personnel and improve performance. 2, that transfer of non-functions that is being conducted by the farm, particularly the ECD Center, Health Center, and the ICT Center, be moved to relevant departments. 3, that the tea mechanization be an option to consider as a cost-cutting remedy by KABIANGA Tea Farm, and that 4, the farm management be placed under the management of the multinationals with contractual obligations on set performance targets. Honorable Speaker, sir, Evergreen Tea Factory also appeared before the committee. The outgrower manager and assistant manager appeared before the committee and gave an account of the contractual obligation that it had with KABIANGA Tea Farm regarding green leaf. The managers informed the committee that KABIANGA Tea Farm delivered green leaf from 21st May 2022 to June 2022, and that the factory checks on the quality of green leaf before it is accepted for processing. If it fails to meet the set standards, Honorable Speaker, sir, they informed the committee that is the 2 leaves and a bud, and if leaves are scorched as a result of stuffing in tea bags, the green leaf is rejected and purchased at a lower price. The committee was informed that green leaf from KABIANGA Tea Farm did not meet the quality standards, hence rejected, and at times bought at the low price of even up to 10 shillings per kilogram. This is impractical since the cost of production, a kilogram of tea, is more than that price. The factory managers, Honorable Speaker, sir, then recommended that KTF needs to improve on crop husbandry, such as timely pruning, plucking, rounds, and adequate application of fertilizers. Honorable Speaker, sir, Daniel Kibore Rono, a director at KABIANGA Tea Farm, appeared before the committee. Being a resident of Kamashan Ward, Kipkelion West Sub-County, he appeared on Thursday, 7th of February 2022. Mr. Rono is a former chairman of County Council of Kipsigis and a former leader of Majority County Assembly of Kericho. He is also listed as a shareholder of KABIANGA Tea Farm Limited on behalf of the County Council of Kipsigis, as you will see in the annexures. Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable Rono Daniel is one of the key resource persons in the county since he's a pioneer chair and the director of KABIANGA Tea Farm. Immediately after the exit of James Finlay Kenya Limited, his experience in the private sector helped him nurture his leadership skills. He informed the committee that prior to joining politics, he was working for the NGO. In his submissions, sir, Mr. Rono expressed concern on the difficulty to ascertain the revenues of the farm and wondered how a 300-acre tea plantation could not make a profit. The committee also learned that some councillors took loans from KABIANGA Tea Farm, and there was no indication of repayment. These loans could not be reflected in the books of accounts provided to the committee to ascertain the same. Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable Rono made the following recommendations to the committee. 1, that the farm be operated by an independent board of 5 to 7 members who in turn elect a chair among themselves and to report monthly on progress and profitability. Number 2, that his name be struck off the register of directors at the registrar of companies. Number 3, that both Kabianga Tea Farm and Kipkelion Coffee Farm be managed by one board having a representative from tea and coffee growing areas. And number 5, that a tea farm does a factory to process own tea and those from other outgrowers. Honorable Speaker, sir, it was also prudent that community representatives appear before the committee. The following community representatives neighboring the farm appeared before the committee. That is Benjamin Chewen, Wesley Ngeno, Richard Saina, and Dominic Cheriot. One of the representatives, Mr. Benjamin Chewen, told the committee that he was born in 1947, though the date of this birth, according to his identity card, is 1949. He claimed that white settlers forced them out of their farm in 1948 and 1949 and took over the farm. Chewen told the committee that 28 households were evicted from their farms and their houses were demolished, rendering them homeless. Honorable Speaker, sir, he further claimed that they had tried on several occasions to raise the matter, including seeking audiences with the first Kericho County Governor, but no meaningful progress has been made to date. He questioned the ownership documents of Kabianga Tea Farm and urged the committee to recommend the refarting.
Point of clarification, Honorable Paul Chirchir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, sorry for coming back again, but it's very important, since this is a report, that once approved by this House, it will be binding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, on Daniel Kibore Rono is listed as the director, Kabianga Tea Farm. The Constitution of Kenya is very clear. The county council, all county councils, municipal councils, at the promulgation of the new constitution, all assets and liabilities were taken over by the current county governments, Mr. Speaker, sir. So when you list Daniel Kibore Rono, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me finish. When you list Daniel Kibore Rono as a shareholder,
Let him finish. I'll give you Honorable Ezron. Yes.
as a shareholder, Mr. Speaker, sir,
Please.
then we are contradicting ourselves, Mr. Speaker, sir. This shareholder should not exist. There should be no shares.
Okay. You made your
Mr.
point.
Speaker, sir,
You made your
Daniel
point.
Kibore Rono should not hold any shares, because if there was any shares, it was taken over by the county government of Kericho, Mr.
You
Speaker,
made your
sir.
point. Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Hezron Getich, point of order. And I'll also give my input there because
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I raise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. It is a report of a committee. The best way is not to interrupt a continuous report, because he ought to wait until the proprietors of the report finish and then explain. You know, that's the problem of Mr. Speaker, people not reading the report first, Mr. Speaker. So it will affect the flow of the report, Mr. Speaker. So I beg honorable member from Kapsoit to chill down until when we finish the report. That is when we will get how the entire necessary report, necessary information on the report. Because, Mr. Speaker, Kabianga Tea Farm, according to Companies Act of 2014, Mr. Speaker, it is where any limited company should be owned by a director, even if it has one share. Okay? So, and Kabianga Tea Farm is a limited company. So, I beg that Honorable Bolchijil to cool down, the report to be read out, and then later on, during the discussion of the report, he will get more informed. Thank you. I beg to.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Eric B., I think in the interest of, what is your point? Because I want to proceed to finish the report, and then we'll give you a chance to react. So you will make in half a minute. And
Mr. Speaker, I believe Honorable Paul Chirchir is a member to this committee, Mr. Speaker, according to what I am seeing. So he should not be coming up with this disturbing the report. Yet is the order of the report, Mr. Speaker. Let him be informed. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Yeah, so let me give my direction on that matter. Thank you so much. I think, order members, order. That is well noted. It is true. Honorable Paul Chirchi is a member of the committee, and part of what is being read by the chairman is also part of that. So if Honorable Paul Chirchi do feel like you need to add information, we'll get a chance during the time we propose the question. So I want all of us to be guided. Let the chairman ad-hoc note any concerns. During the time of proposing the question, you'll get your chance. So please note, if you have any concern, not after the time of the contributing, you will then come and note and refer us to a section you feel like it was not well done by the committee. So, ad-hoc, please proceed, and I hope we shall not get further interference. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. When Mr. Benjamin Chewen appeared before the committee, he further claimed that they have tried on several occasions to raise the matter, including seeking the audiences with the first Kericho County Governor, but there was no meaningful progress that was made to date. He questioned the ownership of KABIANGA tea farm and urged the committee to recommend the reverting of the farm to the community. When he had pressed to substantiate his claims, the community representative claimed that the information on the ownership was passed to him through oral narrative. Honorable Speaker, sir, Wesley Ngeno claimed that KABIANGA tea farm used to be occupied by white settlers who reared cattle. He claims to understand the history of the farm since he used to work closely with the older men in that area. He is now the secretary to the group of the people who claim to have been the original owners of the land. He further claimed that the land was vacated by the white settlers in 1981, and other people occupied the land where they were doing maize farming. Honorable Speaker, sir, in 1985, he claims that the land was taken over by James Finlay. Honorable Speaker, sir, he further informed the committee that KABIANGA tea farm was doing well under the management of James Finlay until August of 2008, when the county council took over the farm. He additionally claimed that many trees in the farm were harvested during the tenure of the councillors. He claimed that workers were being dismissed without due process and herbicides belonging to the farm smuggled to the village, while fertilizers was not adequately applied to the farm. In his own opinion, Honorable Speaker, sir, the current management is not managing the farm well, since there is no good relationship with the community. Another witness, Mr. Richard Saina, claimed that fertilizers were being smuggled out of the farm, giving an instance last year where youth confronted people who were smuggling fertilizers out of the farm using the farm's motor vehicle at night. He claimed that the management of the farm, including the board of directors, has caused a rift between the farm and the local community, claiming that when the farm was managed by Finlays, the farm used to support local sweet water. He urged the community to recommend, he urged the committee to recommend a total overhaul of the board of directors. Honorable Speaker, sir, KABIANGA Tea Factory Limited also appeared before the committee. The officers from KABIANGA Tea Factory appeared before the committee on 8th of February 2023. These were Richard Kamau, the manager, and Chemutai Ngeno, the accountant. It was noted that the agreement between KABIANGA Tea Farm and KABIANGA Tea Factory was entered on 4th of July 2022 for the supply of tea to the factory for 27 shilling a kilo, commencing on 13th of July 2022. Honorable Speaker, sir, the management of the factory told the committee that since the start of the agreement, no tea has ever been rejected from the farm, and that they have had a mutual working relationship. It was further noted that the factory has not supplied any fertilizers to the farm, but advanced the farm a sum of Kenya shillings 500,000 to aid its operationalization. It was also noted that the factory has a weighbridge that ensures accuracy of the tea deliveries. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee was informed that extension officers from the factory visits the farm occasionally. The factory manager commended for the improvement of the quality of tea supplied to them. from the farm, noting that the farm is not being managed optimally. Honorable Speaker, sir, security officers also appeared before the committee. The security officers claimed that the motor vehicles were being misused. He claimed that the chair of the board supervised the removal of a spare part from a lorry, and it has never been returned to date. Additionally, he told the committee that the timber was taken away from the farm at the times in the night. Honorable Speaker, sir, Festus Koskei also appeared before the committee. The interviewee informed the committee that initially the farm used manual weeding. The farm has since replaced the same with herbicides. He said as a result of the use of herbicides, the ground has become impermeable. He also explained to the committee the procedures of receiving and issuance of fertilizers for application, where he noted that the procurement officer and security are usually involved, and when issuing the same from the store, the manager, the field assistant, security, and field assistance officers are involved. The same personnel are involved during the application of the fertilizers. He informed the committee that a certain spare part was removed in one of the farm's lorries by a mechanic in the presence of the chair of the board and was taken away. He further stated that the same was recorded in the OB. Honorable Speaker, Sir Vincent Kimutai, an assistant accountant and the treasurer at the T. Plaka Sacco, appeared before the committee. He is among the pioneer employees of the farm immediately after devolution. He identified the high cost of inputs, which are the fertilizers, the cost of labor, and the fluctuating tea prices as the main issues affecting KABIANGA Tea Farm. He noted that the directors hold meetings frequently, raising the cost of employees' emoluments. He said that the farm SACCO is fully registered and built up from a small deduction of 20 shillings from every employee income, but has since built on its financial muscle over time and helps the employees with the loans and provisions like maize. Honorable Speaker, Sir, a tea blacker, Mr. Kevin, also appeared before the committee. He was employed in the tea farm in 2015 as a tea blacker and lives next to the farm. He informed the committee that the production of the tea started dropping down due to inadequate application of fertilizers and use of herbicides instead of weeding. This is against the agreement signed with the Rainforest Alliance. Mr. Rono told the committee that there was a strained relationship between the neighboring community and the farm over pastures and animal straying to the farm. He pointed out that some of the directors were micromanaging the farm and not letting the managers effectively run the farm. Honorable Speaker, Sir, farm accountant and the procurement officer appeared also before us. The officer, Mr. Bernard Bore and Mrs. Judith Ngeno, noted that the profits have been fluctuating with only 1 year in the last 3 years, recording minimal supplies. They blamed the high cost of inputs, labor, and declining prices of the tea as some of the factors that have contributed to the dismal performances of the farm. He noted that board meetings are supposed to be held on quarterly basis and could not satisfactorily explain to the committee why the board held more than required. They informed the committee that the board of directors held 4 meetings in the month of January 2023 alone, thus increasing the directors' emoluments without being channeled through the county CRF account. Honorable Speaker, Sir, the committee noted that the farm was not sticking to international accounting standards as funds are withdrawn directly from the farm's account. The committee was also informed that the farm has a procurement plan which is not in use. Further recommended that the procurement department be involved in the procurement of goods, services, and works, and like now, where the directors are actively involved in the procurement of goods and services and are not sticking to PPRA regulations on Public Procurement and Disposals Act. Honorable Speaker, Sir, Judith Chepchirchir, a field assistant, also appeared before the committee. Mrs. Chuma informed the committee that she is in charge of operations in the field and reports to the manager. The field assistant further informed the committee that she conducts meetings with employees monthly, but has never held such meetings in the presence of the directors. Thus, there is a missing link between the employees, between the management and the employees are suggesting, and the same being relayed to the board level. She is the one to ensure that the weights are currently taken and recording to minimize variance in the field. and factory weights. She lamented that most decisions in the farm are done without proper consultations, thus demoralizing the workers. The field assistant proposed that one board member be in charge of tea fields, as was the case in the previous boards, so that the issues affecting the farm are addressed during the board meetings. The following recommendations by the field assistant to turn around the farm were given. Number 1, provision of proper PPEs to the workers. Number 2, weeding to be done manually. Number 3, application of fertilizers be enhanced to the required 8 bags per hectare. And number 4, digital scales be used in weighing of the tea at the farm and supply tea to the nearby factories. Honorable Speaker, sir, Kabianga Tea Farm manager and accountant also appeared before the committee. The current manager joined the KTF in December 2020 and has 11 years of experience, having worked with the Eastern Produce Nandi Tea Estates. The manager informed the committee that the farm has good working relationship with the community and does CSR activities such as building wooden bridges to aid employees and members of the public getting to the farm. Paying for 2 teachers at Cap Maso Primary School, disaster management, aiding members of the community during bereavement by offering a pickup and free treatment at the farm dispensary. Additionally, the supply of detergents, hardware items, and fuel is sourced from the locals. The manager told the committee that the challenges in the farm to be the high cost of inputs and rising cost of labor due to the signing of the CBA. Honorable Speaker, sir, the manager informed the committee that the disagreements ensued often with the Evergreen Tea Factory because of the rejection of the green leaf. The low cost of fertilizers provided by Sassini of Kenya shillings 2,445 per 50 kg resulted into tea being split between Evergreen and Sassini tea factories. The decision to deliver green leaves to the factory was made by the board of directors of the farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, on the board meetings, the manager informed the committee that the county representatives were perennially absent in some of the meetings. The manager was put to task on the overall management practices and day-to-day operations of the farm, including procurement procedures, employment of the personnel, farm assets, including misuse of the pickup vehicle, tea seedlings at the nursery, trees sold by the farm, repairs of the roads at the farm, supply of water to the community, and disparities in salaries for the employees working in the farm, dilapidated staff housing, among other issues raised by the committee. The manager recommended that the county considers putting up a tea factory and construct a decent gate for the farm to improve the image of the farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, Kabianga Tea Farm Board of Directors appeared before the committee. The Board of Directors is comprised of the chair and 6 other directors. Present in the meeting were the chair, the director in charge of human resource, and the directors in charge of finance and audit, who appeared before the AD-HOC committee to give an account of their policy interventions at the tea farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, the board was constituted in 2020 and is serving to date. The composition of the board is 4 directors appointed by His Excellency the Governor, Chief Officer Agriculture, Chief Officer Finance, Chief Officer Trade, and the manager as the secretary to the board. When tasked to enumerate some of the achievements, the board alluded to the competitive sourcing of the current manager, Mr. David Sawe, which led to the transfer of Mr. Patrick Rono, former manager, to Kipkelion, the coffee farm, on account of underperformance. The board signed a CBA with KPAWU after obtaining to settle the matter out of the industrial court. The agreement was signed in December 2022 and lasts for 2 years. The role of the board is oversight and governance, as well as assisting high-level management on technical issues. Honorable Speaker, sir, over and above that, the board is the policy-making organ in the farm. The board underwent training on governance at the Kenya School of Government and was facilitated in their engagements with the shop stewards on the collective bargaining agreement. The board of directors denied the allegation on various counts levels against them by the staff who had earlier appeared before the committee. They cited that the staff who had appeared before the committee are undergoing disciplinary processes. The committee put the board of directors to task in answering the allegations labeled against them, which regard to micromanagement and conflict of interest in running affairs of the farm. The board chair told the committee that they have diligently discharged their mandate in the policy formulations to see to it that the farm became a profitable entity. The board explained, Honorable Sir, that the huge cost of production, including the fertilizers, wages, and the cost of fuel, and the maintenance cost has used up the revenue generated by the farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, further, the board brought the committee up to speed with the signed agreement between the farm and Kipkelion Coffee Farm, which has since been brought to the umbrella of KABIANGA Tea Farm. He tabled a copy of agreement before the committee, and that the farm has been financing the activities of the farm using the proceeds from KABIANGA Tea Farm, noting that the county government, through the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, has not reimbursed the amount used in running Kipkelion Coffee Farm. The committee used the inconsistency of the facts laid by the board against the background report by the committee. The board could not answer satisfactorily with regard to the meetings held outside this SRC circular. Honorable Speaker, sir, Tea Board of Kenya also appeared before the committee. Mr. James Marete, the Principal Tea Development Officer at Kericho County, appeared before the committee on 10th of February 2023. He informed the committee that he has served as the Tea Board for the past 14 years. He stated that the Tea Act 2020, enacted by the Senate, brought about some reforms in the tea sector. But amendments needed to be made to the act so that the farmers can benefit more. He added that though Kenya is the leading exporter of tea in the world, Kenya specializes 99% on CTC black tea, which fetches less value as compared by specialty tea. Mr. Marete, Honorable Speaker, sir, noted that there was a proposal to construct a tea factory at farm that needed to be fast-tracked if the farm was to generate more revenue. He pointed out that some factories has not sold even 50% of their produce for the past 6 months, and therefore, if a factory was to be constructed at the farm, specialty tea would be ideal. He reiterated the commitment of the Tea Board to partner with the farm and provide the much needed technical support for the establishing high value tea. He asked the committee to consider organizing a benchmarking visit to countries such as China to see the immense opportunities available in variety of tea specialties. Honorable Speaker, sir, he pointed out that setting up cottages industries has spurred economic growth in China, and same can be replicated in Kericho. Mr. Marete, Honorable Speaker, sir, informed the committee that before constructing a factory, the KTK needed to be informed and meet the stipulated requirements such as sustainable wood fuel, among others. He recommended a memorandum of understanding between KTF and Tea Research Institute, which has the best agronomists, scientists, and researchers to provide the best clones suitable for KABIANGA Tea Farm, as well as the best industry practices. Honorable Speaker, sir, he referred the committee to Kangaita Tea Farm, owned by KTDA in Nyeri County, for a field visit to enable the committee gain useful insights on tea-based farming practices. He informed the committee that the farm is in partnership with Japan, has established a tea factory for specialty tea and plants purple tea bushes in some of its plantation. Honorable Speaker, sir, County Executive Committee member and the County Chief Officer, Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperative Management also appeared before us. In their submissions, sir, they noted and acknowledged that the farm has all the clones that need to be replaced. They promised to work on the registration of KABIANGA Tea Farm Company Limited and transform it to be a semi-autonomous government agency and work on turning around the performance of the farm. The CCM and the CEO made the following recommendations. Number one, that the Kabianga tea farm seed the non-core functions that are not agricultural in nature, particularly the ECD and the health. And number two, that there is need to amend the Kericho County Kabianga Tea Farm Act of 2021 to include coffee issues. Number three, that there is need to engage professionals and specialists such as agronomists to oversee the operations of the KTF and make its model farm. Number four, that the farm set up a value addition tea factory, especially on the specialty tea such as purple and green tea, among others. And number five, that the directors to Kabianga Tea Farm Board be competitively sourced. And number six, that there is need to put in place systems and structures that will address the challenges such as procurement, financial management, and reporting personnel issues, including collective bargaining agreements of employees registered. Honorable Speaker, sir, the county executive member and the county chief officer and for finance and economic planning also appeared before the team. The finance team wrapped up the hearings by highlighting the following issues. Legal status of Kabianga Tea Farm to be worked upon through the conversion of Kabianga Tea Farm into a saga, and thus made the following recommendations. Number one, that respective county executive to make changes on the management and work on the human resource practice, policy, and other instruments to support professionalism in the farm. Number two, that county legal department to work on the legal status by completing the registration of KTF as a county entity. Number three, that change business, including the county, to secondment of some key staff of the department in the short term to help in providing support and building capacity. And number four, that work towards changing old clones with new improved ones for improved productivity. Number five, that the industry experts be engaged for purposes of value addition to maximize production, hence maximizing revenue. And that number six, the department to complete transfer of non-core functions of health center, EZD, and the ICT center in the farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee conducted field visits. In its deliberations, the committee visited Kabianga Tea Farm, Kangaita Tea Farm in Nyeri County, Iata Tea Auction, Komrok Tea Brokers, and various warehouses. The committee was on fact-finding mission, looking for the best practices and sought a deeper understanding on the tea trade and get insights on the tea value chain. On the visit of Kabianga Tea Farm, Honorable Speaker, sir, the Kabianga Tea Farm is adjacent to the University of Kabianga in Kabianga Ward, Belgood Sub-County, Kericho County. The committee visited the farm on 12th of January 2023 to commence its investigations on their mandate. The committee was welcomed to the farm by the board of directors led by the chair of the board and the top management of the farm. The committee held a meeting with the board in the farm's boardroom. Thereafter, they toured the farm and later reconvened to wrap up the day's deliberations at the farm in production for the public participation at Kabmaso African Gospel Church. In its deliberations, sir, the committee was able to interact with the senior managers, leaf clerks, accountants, field supervisors, and other employees in the tour of the farm. The committee noted that the house units used by the staff are dilapidated, 2 lorries are grounded, 2 lorries and a pickup are running. The committee also observed that the ICT center constructed is not in use, but used by the farm's employees SACCO. The committee made a tour around the farm and interacted with the employees of different cadres with regard to gaining the insights to the workings in the farm. The committee noted that the tea in the farm was not in the best condition, as the application of the fertilizers had delayed. The quality of the tea leaves, of the green leaves, was not good, as reflected by the pale yellow colors, and this was attributed to the lack of fertilizers. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee further noted that the weeding practices in the farm adopted the use of herbicides instead of the manual weeding. This, according to the management, was a move towards cutting on the cost of weeding. However, the Rainforest Alliance certification, which the farm has been accredited with, was again as the use of herbicides. The weighing scales used in the farm are semi-digital and calibrated at negative 0.5. According to the management, this is to cater for the moisture loss, the weight of the bag, withering, and the losses during transportation to the factories for processing. The clerks at the farm are in charge of the green leaf register, which is used to come up with the summaries of the green leaf production per month, and the commensurate pay to the tea pluckers. Honorable Speaker, sir, the tea pluckers in the farm are paid 11 shillings per kilo, which, according to the management of the farm, is way above the plucking costs per kilo around KABIANGA and its environs. The pluckers are not considering the quality while plucking, for instance, a leaf and a bud, and this brings down the earnings of the farm, since it can only be sold to the private factories, which buys at almost half the price of KTDA. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee also noted that the farm has mixed clones of the tea bushes, and some fields have old tea bushes which are not regularly pruned as required, as some tea bushes had taken a long to be pruned, thus not producing optimally as expected. During the visit, sir, the committee also sought to know the proceeds from the sale of trees, since the members of the community had voiced a dissatisfaction based on how the trees at the farm were being irregularly sold. The committee was told that the trees were old and there was need to replant new ones. The committee was further informed that there was a huge storm that destroyed the trees and there was need to sell the fallen trees. However, some representative from the community informed the committee that some directors got involved in the cutting of these trees for their own use. Honorable sir, the committee was informed that the reasons for the decline in the profitability of the farm was as a result of the drop in the price of the tea globally, and that in the past 3 years under the new board, the bonuses from the farm tea have not gone beyond 2 million shillings, have not gone beyond 2 shillings. The chair of the board pointed out that such bonuses were hardly sufficient, given the high cost of labor, which increased significantly, thus eating into the profits of the farm. The committee also noted that the farm had no petrol station and that servicing and refilling was done at Kericho Oryx petrol station and another one at Chebnyoga. This, according to the committee, was a loophole for mismanagement, and there was no clear measures established that the same is utilized efficiently. Honorable Speaker, sir, public participation on KABIANGA tea farm. The members of the public were welcomed by the committee to give proposals, observations, and any other information regarding the farm that will help the committee achieve its mandate in supporting KABIANGA tea farm realize its intended objectives. The public participation was done at Kamaso African Gospel Church. The committee, in its interaction with the members of the public, was informed on the following issues. One, that the KABIANGA tea farm has a long history with the local community dating back to the local authorities' reign. That there is a claim for the land dating back to colonial days for the 28 families that was evicted, and the matter is pending in court of law and the National Land Commission. That the corporate social responsibility for provision of water to the community is no more. That the farm has an ECD center and supports 2 primary school teachers in the neighboring schools. That the community is provided with the health center services at the farm dispensary at no cost to the community. There is a strained relationship between the farm and the community caused by straying cows to the farm and lack of access road through the farm, and that eventually misuse of KTF resources such as fertilizers. Honorable Speaker, sir, during the visit to Kangaita Farm on 13th of February 2023, the AD-HOC Committee on KABIANGA Tea Farm visited Kangaita Farm in Nyeri County. Kangaita Tea Farm is located in Mathira Sub-County in Nyeri County, sir. It is wholly owned and managed by KTDA. The farm has 321 acres under tea on various clones. Kangaita Tea Farm is a model farm practicing best agronomical practices on tea. The committee was taken around the farm to see how the farm is being managed. The old tea bushes in the farm were planted in 1963. They are mixed clones in the farm to date. The crop husbandry in the farm is at its best, where each tea bush averages 2.9 kilos per year. Honorable Speaker, sir, the tea bushes are well maintained with required fertilizers applied. Pruning done on good time and manual weeding is done, especially before the application of fertilizers, and composting is done with weeds as manure. The farm has a tea nursery with 1 million tea seedlings per season, making an income of 10 million, occasioning a profit of 6 million. The production cost in the farm averages 4 million. With effective management and agronomical practices, the productivity of the farm goes over 3 million kilograms of tea per annum of KTDA standard, 2 leaves and a bud. The productivity per push is 2.9 kilos versus a target of 3.2 kilos set up by the farm. High productivity in Kangaita farm is attributed to new clones and the standards set in terms of agronomical practices and good management practices of the farm. It costed the farm 33 million shillings to replace 182.5 acres of tea. The cost of replacing 1 acre was put at Kenya shillings 280,400 shillings. Honorable Speaker, sir, during the replacement, intensive vertical and horizontal 1 meter plowing, harrowing, restoration of drainages to make soil loose before replanting of the new clones is done. The farm is also engaged in dissemination of new clones from the Tea Research Institute in Kericho, surprisingly. Some of the new clones planted and disseminated in Kangaita Tea Farm included TRF 303/577, TRF 371/3, Compod 301/5, D99, TRF 6/8, amongst others, Mr. Speaker, sir. The farm utilizes 1,600 bags of fertilizers in 2 seasons, instances on April and May, and August and September. 1 bag of 50 kg is recommended for 300 tea bushes. Tea farms requires 120 kilograms of nitrogen per acre. Honorable Speaker, sir, Kangaita Tea Farm has few permanent employees in management and contractual employees engaged occasionally on 3 months contract basis. The daily rated workers are paid Kenya shillings 10 shillings per kilo of green leaf picked. The highest employee in the past year did 57,000 kilograms per year, scooping an award. The tea is plucked 4 rounds in a month with 3 pruning machines, which has helped the farm reduce the cost. The tea plantation is zoned into 3 with 3 general supervisors per zone, making a total of 9. The supervisors are in charge of weights using digital scales and doubles up as logistic officers. Kangaita Tea Farm, Honorable Speaker, sir, borders Nyayo tea zones where the plucking rate is 11 per kilo, and the community around the farm does the plucking with 12 shillings per kilo. The farm provides, Honorable Speaker, sir, housing for 200 of the 300 tea pluckers and plans to construct more houses for the 100 more tea pluckers. Honorable Speaker, sir, Kangaita Tea Farm has constructed a specialized tea factory through a public-private partnership engagement with the JICA, KTDA, the National Treasury, and the Tea Board of Kenya. The factory currently processes specialized tea for Japan market, which fetches the highest prices as compared with the CTC black tea. With regard to partnerships with donors organization, the farm has chartered a clear path in building a team with donor institutions such as JICA, with an agreement to do the installation of the needed machinery, while the KTDA and the government does the land and the structure. Honorable Speaker, sir, the management at Kangaita Farm stressed the importance of strictly adhering to the plucking cycles, since this ensures that the growth hormones accelerates the regeneration of the new shoots. The pruning cycle in the farm is also of great importance, sir. The farm has pruned 3 pruning machines. This ensures proper pruning that is done regularly, and great caution is made not to hurt the tea bushes. The tea bushes suffer from a disease. The tea bushes suffers from a disease called hypoxolon when proper pruning is done, thus reducing on the production per bush. Honorable Speaker, sir, a comparative analysis, however, explicitly shows that mechanized cost of production is much more cheaper with regard to pruning than using manual methods. The farm has successfully replanted 150 acres with new clones in a period of 3 years, whose production has greatly improved. The farm production on the new clones averages 2.9 kilograms per bush per year. The manager also insisted on the need for proper weeding. With the certification of the Rainforest Alliance, Honorable Speaker, sir, the farm has avoided the use of herbicides and adopts the use of djembes, and this breaks the hard soil pan, thus increases the seepage and capillarity of fertilizers in the farm, and thus improved the yields. The farm also undertakes soils amendment practices where liming, harrowing, lining, and holing is done. Thus, when plants are replanted, they grow as fast at a faster rate. The farm does not have permanent tea pluckers, and those weeding are on daily rating. The farm insists on quality of the tea leaves being plucked by adhering to the global accepted quality of 2 leaves and a bud. Honorable Speaker, sir, the cost of transportation are maintained at a minimal costs since the farm has a lorry and a tractor for use in transporting the green leaf. Some fields in the farm which were recently replanted have adopted the use of technology where plucking machines does 3 rounds in a month, and this has greatly reduced the plucking cost. To address the issue of surpluses and the deficits, the farm has adopted a good technology in the farm which uses digital weighing scales. In addition, they have a software where once the tea is weighed at the factory after the delivery, the same is reflected at the farm offices, and the manager can easily monitor the flow of the green leaf. The committee noted that this can be a huge source of income to the farm if the same is replicated in Kabianga Tea Farm. The Kangaita farm has adopted the use of a compost pit to process its manures. The pit serves to collect all the weeds from the farm. This is a score for the farm as it deals with the issues of the manure, as well as coming up with a solution of providing much needed fertilizers to the farm, thus saving the farm from the cost of fertilizers and improving on the production of the farm. Further, the fertilizers procured by the farm is applied in the required quantities. This is reflected in the quantities and the quality of the green leaf plucked in the farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, the manager to the Kangaita Tea Farm opined that ensuring quality tea is picked is of great importance than the price paid for the plucking. People will be more willing to go and pick tea in a farm that is well managed and with good quality tea leaves than picking the same tea in an oversized, priced, and poorly managed tea. The farm is also engaging in the production of specialty tea, including green and purple tea. Such tea is useful for both local and export markets and fetches high prices. The specialty tea processed in the farm is of high value and fetches a good price in the market, and this complements on the income of the green leaf. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Kangai to keep the production costs at the minimal levels, bearing in mind the issues of staff serving on permanent and pensionable is kept at the lowest. The committee was impressed on the farm that is being run. The practices currently employed by the farm are the best and worth replicating at Kabianga Tea Farm. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee further approved the use of e-scales where the quantities measured at the factories are relayed directly to the managers by the use of technology. Besides, the committee made a stopover at the nearby KTDA tea buying center, and confirmed that the tea practices is the best in the East of Rift, strictly adhering to the required standards with regard to the quality and timely delivery to the processing factories. Honorable Speaker, sir, we also made a visit to Eastern Africa Trade Association. IATA is a tea trade association that was established in 1956 as a limited company by guarantee comprising of 30 brokers, 18 associate members, and 10 affiliate African countries. The IATA moderates the operation of the auction, guided by the rule book and the consultations from its members. The tea auction is now being done online and conducted on Mondays and Tuesdays of every week. Honorable Speaker, sir, the productivity of the tea in Kenya was at 537 million kilograms of made tea, with the exports earning 136 billion. Honorable Speaker, sir, the sale of tea at the tea auction is largely demand-driven, with the quality and the liga of tea as ascertained by the broker is a great determinant to the prices that is being fetched. Honorable Speaker, sir, the tea brokers picked 4 kilograms per sample for purposes of testing the quality, comprising of factors such as the color, the taste, the fiber content, and the aroma. The committee learned that the tea from the west of Rift sells with low prices because of its quality. The local consumption of made tea in Kenya is low compared to other tea producing countries such as China and India, which consumes a lot of their tea. Honorable Speaker, sir, Combrok Tea Brokers was also one of the places we made a visit. This is one of the tea brokers in Kenya that was established in 1957 that is tasked with testing, marketing, and selling of various varieties of tea from private tea producers. The role of the broker include quality analysis, factory inspection, if they are meeting the standards, and sampling and distribution of the tea evaluation, and making after-sales reports from the comparative prices at the market reports. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee established that on average, Rwanda tea retails at 2.81 USD, whereas the average prices of tea in Kenya retails at 2.5 USD. Additionally, sir, in the year 2019, Rwanda tea averaged at 7.22 USD per kilo and 5.48 USD per kilo for the tea that is being produced in Kenya. The payment periods within which tea sales is made by a buyer is 9 days, failure to which a buyer is penalized for late payments. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee noted that apart from the active market at the auction, there was also passive markets where buyers and brokers interact remotely after the auction time has lapsed. The committee noted that this could be a loophole that can occasion low prices of tea. Honorable Speaker, sir, Signon Warehouse also accepted our request. We visited the freights and warehouses that were established in 1987 as a transportation clearing of goods and performs warehousing of made tea. It is at Signon warehouses where KABIANGA Tea Factory tea is stored and marketed. The warehouse receives made tea from KABIANGA Tea Factory, Kaisugu Tea, Kiptagich Tea Factory, amongst others. The tea stored at the warehouse is from different varieties. KABIANGA Tea Factory has worked with Signon for a period of 5 years now, whereas warehouses takes a period of 7 days to clear tea identified by the buyer. The other main role of the warehouse is the shipment of the tea from the contracted factories to the warehouse. Honorable Speaker, sir, we also visited ABSS warehouses in Mombasa. The committee visited the ABSS warehouse. It is a private warehouse which deals majorly with storage and transportation of tea from private factories such as Kuresoi Tea Factory, Mbogofale, Tet Tea, Kisiet Tea Factories, amongst others. It is also important to note, sir, that many factories have different trade names, while at the auction, different from the factory names. Some have diversified to more than one trade name for purposes of maximizing a return. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee toured the warehouse and acquainted itself with the working inside the warehouse. Further, the committee was informed that the company was in the process of establishing clearing and forwarding. Honorable Speaker, sir, having gotten all the information and facts that were needed, the committee then sat down and did a report responding to the terms of references that had been given by this House. This section presents results and findings after analyzing various reports, presentations, during hearings, conduct of comparative analysis, to present factual information on various issues raised on the KABIANGA TFOM. The committee, having analyzed the evidence, interviewing the witnesses, and conducting field visits, responded to terms of reference as follows, Honorable Speaker, sir. As regard to the financial records for the past 12 years and greenleaf production, the following table below shows the revenues, costs, surpluses, and losses for KABIANGA TFOM. For financial year 2010-2011, the production cost was at 1,378,545 kilograms. The price per kilogram then was at 27. The greenleaf revenue was at 37,116,879. Other revenues, 8,503,757. Total revenue, 45,650,636 shillings. Total cost then was at 36,479,940, and at a surplus of 9,170,696. The remittance to the county at then, Honorable Speaker, sir, was 5,845. In the financial year 2011-2012, the production cost in kilograms was 2,231,146. The price per kilogram was 22 shillings. The greenleaf revenue was at 49,141,135 shillings. Other revenues then 1,502,318. A total revenue was at 50,643,453. The total cost was 48,786,654. A surplus of 1,856,799. Then, Honorable Speaker, sir, nothing was remitted to the county government. In 2012-2013, the production at that time per kilograms was 2,349,006 kilograms. The price per kilo at then was 24 shillings. The greenleaf revenue at then was 55,423,052 shillings. Other revenues was 764,849 shillings. A total revenue of 56,187,901. A total cost of 56,013,907. A surplus of 173,994. Remitted to the county government, then, Honorable Speaker, sir, was 100,000. In 2013-2014, the production per kilogram was 2,430,239. The price per kilogram, 20 shillings. Greenleaf, 48,357,249. Other revenues, 396,692. Total revenue, 48,753,941. Total cost of 46,039,394,958. Surplus of 2 million. And then, Honorable Speaker, sir, nothing was also remitted to the county covers. Honorable Speaker, sir, in 2014-2015, 1,556,348 kilos. The price per kilo, 20 shillings. The greenleaf revenue, 31,267,597. Other revenues, 302,479. Total revenues, 31,570,076. Total cost, 34,914,805. There was a deficit of 3,344,729. Nothing remitted to the county government. 2015-2016, the production cost rose to 2 million kilos, 15,598. Prices of 32 per kilogram. Total revenue per greenleaf, 64,476,487. Other revenues, 956,137. Total revenue, 65,432,624. Total cost, 43,563,398. Surplus of 21,868,685. The revenue remitted to the county government, Honorable Speaker, sir, short to 10 million. In 2016-2017, sir, 1,562 kilograms was plucked. The price then per kilogram was 32. The greenleaf revenue was at 49,078,082 shillings. Other revenues were at 1,093,031 shillings. A total revenue of 50,171,113. Total cost of 41,884,988. A surplus of 8 million, and that which was remitted to the county government was at 7 million, sir. In 2017-2018, 1,932,642 kilos were plucked. Prices were at that time at 34 shillings per kilo. The green leaf revenue was at 66,263,326 shillings. Other revenues 1,221,644. Total revenues at 67,484,970. Total revenues stood at 54,310,658, and a surplus of 13,174,312. Remitting to the county government then was at 11 million. Honorable Speaker, sir, 2018-29 financial year, 1 million kilos, 900,000 and 44,418. The price per kilo was at 24 shillings. The total green leaf revenue was at 46,664,480. Other revenues stood at 1,190,311. Total revenues stood at 47,854,791. Total cost then, Honorable Speaker, sir, was at 50,570,611, giving out a loss of 2,715,820, and therefore subsequently there was no remittance to the county government. Honorable Speaker, sir, in the financial year 2020-2021, 1,937,588 kilograms were produced. 24 shillings per kilogram was the market price. The green leaf revenue stood at 47,392,756. Other revenues stood at 2,136,866, and total revenue cost stood at 49,529,622. A total cost of 49,578,197. A loss of 48,575 shillings. And subsequently, Honorable Speaker, sir, nothing was submitted to the county government. In the financial year 2021-2022, 2,181 kilos, 606 were plucked. The price stood at 26 shillings per kilo. The green leaf revenue stood at 57,086,272 shillings. Other revenues stood at 954,600. Total revenues stood at 58,040,872 shillings, and total cost of 56,027,994. Surplus stood at 2,012,878 shillings. Remittance to the county government that financial year stood at 2 million. In summary, sir, the total production cost for that period of time stood at 13 million kilos, 415,702. Prices per kilo, average of 25.92. The green leaf revenue stood at 603,791,255. Other revenues 20,921,684, and total revenues stood at 624,712,939, and total cost stood at 571,508,125. A surplus of 53,204,850. Total remitted to county government stands at 40,445. As regard to analysis of financial records, that is explained in reference to the table. In page 24, Honorable Speaker, sir, the processing factories, each kilogram processed per factory, payment rates per kilo is as follows. The contract for supply of green leaf between KABIANGA Tea Farm and Evergreen Tea Factory was signed on 21st of May 2020. The said agreement states that the factory would pay KABIANGA Tea Farm 23 shillings per kilo of green leaf supplied, and the same will be between first and the third day of every month. The agreement to be in force for a period of 5 years, unless otherwise terminated by any of the parties. It was alleged that the agreement was terminated by KABIANGA Tea Farm when it failed to supply green leaf to Evergreen Tea Factory from July 2022. This was supported by payment summary provided by the factory that shows the farm made its last payment in June 2022. This saw the withholding of the bonuses due for the farm on the basis of breach of contract, but based on a copy of agreement signed, there was no clause detailing thus the need for the firm to be paid the bonuses. As regard to processing tea factory records, the tea factory records, especially for evergreen daily collection, it was noted that there was fluctuation on tea collected and deliveries on different days. For instance, on 7th and 8th of May 2023, the tea collected 5,900 kilograms and 4,880 kilograms respectively. However, on 9th of May, the leaf collected dropped from 722 kilograms. The same trend is noted across the collection. It was also observed that there was a tea recorded as bad quality that was bought at the lowest price of 18 shillings per kilogram, again is the price of 25 shillings allocated to good quality tea. For instance, in February 2022, out of the 73,381 kgs of tea delivered to Evergreen Company, 6,223 was marked to be of poor quality, fetching 112,014 shillings, again as the expected 155,575. This is a loss of 43,570 in a single month, and this trend could have contributed to the dismal performance of the firm. As regard the number of staff on permanent and pensionable basis on the number of employees contract, Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee established the staffing level of the firm was structured in the following manner. There was the management, the permanent, and the subordinate staff, and the casual laborers. The KTF staff were categorized as follows: those in permanent and pensionable terms, 28, permanent placas, 42, casual placas, 289, a total of 359. Honorable Speaker, sir, the list of permanent staff comprising of top management, accountants, supervisors, procurement, drivers, electricians, leave clerk, carpenters, ECD teachers, office assistants, and security. The permanent employees mainly comprises of tea placas and the general duty personnel, called CANDO, such as those in charge of skiving, road maintenance, amongst others. The casualty placas comprised of persons engaged on 3 months contractual basis to black tea on or perform general duty works. After 3 months, the contract is reviewed, may be extended or even terminated. Most of the employees under this category came from the local community. Honorable Speaker, sir, the committee noted that the firm faced challenges for many years since the optimal level of staffing was not established. The collective bargaining agreement signed by the board of directors on behalf of the firm was done without proper consultations and negotiations, given the firm is registered as a private company limited and that the labor movement had limited influence over the decisions of the firm. Further, sir, the signing of this agreement occasioned the shooting up of the cost of production. The board of directors in this defense said that the case was before the court and the cases could have been ruled in favor of employees either way. However, this preemptive was not informed with any legal backing or any consultative process. It is important, sir, to note that employees of KTF joined the Kenya Plantation Agricultural Workers Union, and the KTF signed a collective bargaining agreement that lasts for 2 years, resulting to additional benefits to staff of the farm, including pro rata leave day, 13 public holidays in a year, gratuity for the staff who have worked for a period of 10 years, and last expense of 25,000 per staff or a spouse upon a demise. Honorable Speaker, sir, the KABIANGA tea farm assets and status and actual acreage on tea, the following was noted: that the KABIANGA tea farm assets register comprise of 151 hectares of land registered as LR number Kericho KABIANGA stroke 2, biological assets of 121 hectares under tea bushes, and 12 hectares under trees, and 18 hectares which are accompanied by offices, residential buildings, roads, networks, and bare land. Other assets include motor vehicles, buildings, machinery, furniture, fittings, and computers and accessories. The total value of assets spread out in various categories of assets amounting to 82,684,420,44 cents as at 30th of June 2022 as per the financial statements. However, this is not its current fair value, since these assets have not been valued in a long time. Most of the KTF assets are in good condition except Nissan lorry KAB 335Q and Isuzu NPR lorry KAR 551L and a Massey Ferguson tractor KAH 059Y inherited from the defunct County Council of Kipsigis, which is currently not in use. The staff housing at the farm are not in good conditions with the leaking roofs and dilapidated floors, which requires renovation. Generally, the KTF assets are prone to abuse, such as theft of the key parts, and ownership documents could not be verified in some instances. The motor vehicles not in use are exposed to elements of nature, thus wasting away. The KABIANGA tea farm has a dispensary and an ICT center constructed in the farm by the Department of ICT, currently utilizing the KTF board and farm employees. Honorable Speaker, sir, as regards the internal and external audit and financial statements for the period of 12 years, the Auditor General in her reports indicated that severally the farm assets, including the biological assets, have not been revalued in a very long period of time. This is in contravention to international accounting standards on reporting the fair value of assets in the financial statements. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Auditor General noted that the motor vehicles of KTF were registered with private number plates, which are prone to misuse. The KTF is a public entity and should conduct all its affairs as by the law. The Auditor General in a report noted that the farm is in direct procurement and indirect contraventions.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I wish to take a
break.
leave and have a honorable.
Yeah, it is allowed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to continue. The general accepting accounting principles state that the dividends are declared from the profit and should be approved by the annual general meeting, AGM. Yes.
What is the point of information? Chair held.
Mr. Speaker, the point of information here is that the second presenter of this report, Mr. Speaker, is the current raiser of the motion. So kindly, Mr. Speaker, be informed the person who should move this report should be another person, not the person who raised the statement. Thank you.
The Honorable Ezron Ngetich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to inform the House that, because this is a motion, and the mover is Honorable Dr. Naman. Although it is a tedious work, you will give him a healthy break of 5 minutes, and then he'll continue, because he's the mover of the motion. Otherwise, that is what I wanted to inform the House.
Okay, that's okay. I will now give the discretion of the chair of the AD-HOC committee to request for health break, and also standing order number 1, I can still allow him to propose a member of the committee to continue reading. So I want to give him that decision to make.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Considering the magnitude of the motion before the floor, I would like to take an health break, and Honorable Hezron can pick it up from there as we move on.
Okay, thank you. Hezron, you can proceed, but as you finish, you will give back to the chair AD-HOC to also finalize and give his last remarks before he calls the seconder. So, Hezron, you've just been given a few minutes to continue reading them.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I'm obliged and grateful. So on page 27, number 5, KABIANGA Tea Farm is a public entity, and all public entities are audited by the Office of the Auditor General, as stated in Public Audit Act 2015. KTF irregularly engaged a private auditor to audit its books of account instead of Office of Auditor General. At the same time, the firm did not provide its audit reports and the audited financial statement to the County Assembly of Kericho, which is oversight body representing the people of Kericho. Number 6, the committee noted that there are some old and obsolete assets in the farm. The committee was further informed that one of the directors came with a private mechanic on a weekend to assess one of the lorries belonging to the farm, KBQ 335Q. The management later found that the spare part brake pressure control unit was missing in the said lorry. Next is a letter showing in the annex. Number 7. The committee noted that Kipkebe Limited Sasini did not pay bonus for the farm for the 1,469,000 and 10 kilos at Kenya shilling 2 shillings and 50 cents per kilo of green leaf supplied to the farm, claiming that the condition for payment of bonus breach. One of the conditions that the farm should have supplied green leaf for at least 10 months continuously and should be active supplier to them. The committee explained the contract document and noted that KGF supplied green leaf continuously for 11 months and met the condition, the other condition. The other condition given is not in the contract signed, hence the farm was entitled to a bonus of Kenya shilling 3,672,525. Number 8. Kipkebe Limited, which is Asin erroneously deducted Kenya shilling 509,245 in the month of January and February 2022 as transport charges for fertilizer, which has not been refunded to KDF to date. At the same time, the committee was informed that the same company supplied 934 bags of fertilizers out of 954, which was paid for. This resulted to 20 bags of fertilizers, which was paid for but not delivered. 9.6. The directors' sitting allowances. The directors' emolument sharply increased in the financial year 2022 to Kenya shilling 2.6 million from 667,860 in 2018. Yet the rate of sitting allowances remained the same as guided by SRC circular. This is due to increased number of sitting allowances by the board of directors outside what is legally provided for. The directors had 40 meetings in the financial year of 2021-2022 and 4 meetings in the month of January 2023 alone. Examination of the minutes of the board shows that the directors sit at times to perform the roles of management instead of issues within their mandate of policy and strategic direction of the firm. 9.6. Income sale of timber stock trees for the past 12 years. The income for the sale of mature trees was 7,353,490, Kenya shilling 308,400, Kenya shilling 8,608,000. Kenya shillings 308,400, Kenya shilling 8,683, and Kenya shilling 1,419,500 for the financial year 2011, 2012, 2014, and 2021 respectively. In the initial years, the trees were not being sold competitively. Any recommendation from any investigation organ, including from Office of the Auditor General, and the status of its implementation. The committee established that KDF had received advice from the Research Institute on the modern agronomical practices that the farm is yet to implement. The committee also learned that the audited reports have not been acted upon. Furthermore, the audited reports were not sent to the County Assembly for interrogation. Emerging issues. Claim on KABIANGA tea farm over historical land issues. 28 families have since registered a claim to the land where the farm sits. The group was represented by three representatives, namely Arabchewen, Rujan, and Saina. They claim to the farm as ancestral land to the 28 families as mentioned. Above, They claim that their families were forcefully evicted from the farm between the year 1947 and 1949. They claim that Arab Komilkong and Arab Tengeja, the 10 paramount chiefs, led a team of white settlers to the farm and ordered them out of the farm, destroying what they used to be their home. The group representative informed the committee that they have explored a number of approaches to seek redress against such eviction, which have pushed their families to abject poverty due to landlessness, and some have sought settlement in their in-laws as quarters. The eviction, according to Mr. Chewen, were carried out successfully in 1950. The group had met the former Governor Kericho, His Excellency Professor Paul Chepkwony, but their mission was frustrated. When put into the task to ascertain the authenticity of their claim to the land and the credibility of their facts, Mr. Saina gave out a chronological of group undertaking in details as passed on to them by one of the oldest group of members who has since passed, one Mr. Kerich.
I can rent you my microphone. You can use mine.
Thank you. According to them, immediately the farm was taken from them. The settlers reared animals on the farm. When the settlers left in the early 1980s, another group of people came to carry on the farming in the farm and majorly dwell with maize production. ADDA later took over from them and used the farm as a tea trial center. They also informed the committee that they have sought redress in National Land Commission and also have pending case in court over the same issue. 10.2 Memorandum and Article of Association of KABIANGA Tea Farm. And I seek Honorable Paul Chirkir to be keen on this section. The KTF is registered as KABIANGA Tea Farm Company Limited under the Companies Act and was incorporated in the year 20th June 2008. The share capital of the company is 100,000 dividends divided into 5,000 shares of Kenya shillings 20 each. The shares is divided as follows. A. The County Council of Kipsigis had 4,997 shares. Daniel K. Rono, which was former chairman AD-HOC Kipsigis County Council, was given 1 share. Joseph K. Mutai, former clerk of AD-HOC Kipsigis County Council, 1 share. Bernard K. Koske, former treasurer, AD-HOC Kipsigis County Council, 1 share. Yeah, this is for the purpose of registration, Honorable Speaker, and that was an issue which I think it is clear, because according to Company Act, a limited company cannot be a company without directors. So they were holding on behalf of the county council. So the directors, as per the Article of Association, were required to be 9, comprising of the following: A, the chairman of the council of Kipsigis council, the clerk of the council, the managing director of the company, area councillor, area member of parliament, 1 local prominent farmer to be appointed by the council, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, the permanent secretary Ministry of Local Government. The proposed amendment to the Act, the KABIANGA Tea Farm Act of 2021, was published in June 2021. The Act was to come into operation as on side date, as the county council executive member may be noticed in the cassette appoint. It is important to note the date of operationalization of the said Act was never published in cassette, hence KABIANGA Tea Farm has no policy on what governs its operation. Section 7, paragraph 2, Section 7.2, paragraph A and E be amended to subject the respective appointments to be subjected to approval by County Assembly and competitively recruitment process. Number 3, Section 7.3, they amended by deleting reference of subsection 1BE and be replaced with the correct reference, which is subsection 2E. Due to the aspect of separation of powers, the recruitment of the manager should solely be done by the County Public Service Board, hence the need to amend Section 12, subsection 2 of the KABIANGA TFAM Act to exclude the CEC in charge of agriculture from the said process, whereby a County Public Service Board is required to consult the said CECM. Section 20 of the Act ought to be implemented on the submission of the KABIANGA TFAM estimates to the County Treasury and County Assembly for approval. Section 2A Section 2A is out of place and should be amended to provide clear dividend policy. All assets transferred ought to be registered in the county name as per Section 25 of the Act. The first schedule, clause 2.1, should be amended to limit the number of meetings per quarter. Management agreement of Kipkelian Coffee Farm. The agreement was made on 23rd August 2021 between KTF and Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. KTF was tasked with the management and rehabilitation of Kipkelian Coffee Farm. The agreement indicates that the funds for management of Kipkelian Farm be transferred to a special purpose account and authority of CECM Finance and Economic Planning, who shall then appoint a fund manager and signatories. Kipkelian Coffee Farm manager informed the committee that they receives money via M-Pesa for payment of casual employees and other farm activities such as pruning, weeding, and harvesting. The agreement indicates that KABIANGA Tea Farm shall submit monthly report in consultation with the accounting officer of the Department of Agriculture. However, it is not clear who the report submitted to, since it is not indicated in the agreement. Procurement of KABIANGA Tea Farm. KABIANGA Tea Farm is categorized as Class C procuring entity as per the Public and Procurement Disposal Act of 2015. The committee established that the entity have only one procurement officer whom is registered with the professional body and don't have a practicing license stipulated in the Act. The committee noted that the entity did not have the procurement plan, which was a violation of the Act under Section 53, subsection 2, which states that the annual procurement plan shall be done in accordance with the format specified in the third schedule read together with Section 52, which states that all the procurement entities shall make a requisition for all procurement and disposal requirement through approved system. The company procured several bags of fertilizers on various occasions using direct procurement method, which is violation of the Act as per Section 96, subsection 6. This section states that any direct procurement shall require prior approval of the accounting officer in writing, except under the urgent need, where such approval shall be granted in line with Section 69.3 of the Act. Therefore, the threshold of direct procurement was not met, since they had enough time to procure goods through competitive process, and value for money might not have been achieved. The company also did not appoint various committees on stipulated. The company also did not appoint various committees on stipulated in the Act for opening, evaluation, inspection, and acceptance committee. Section 28, subsection 1 of the Act states that an ad hoc evaluation committee shall be established for each procurement within threshold specified in the matrix. Section 35(1) of the Act was not adhered to by the entity by appointing an ad hoc committee for the inspection and acceptance committee in accordance to Section 48(1) of the Act. The entity also procured drugs that were meant to be used at the dispensary within the farm. The committee noted that there were requisitions made by different users, but there were no evidence that the drugs were delivered. The entity also used requests for quotation as a method of procurement, but the committee found out that there were no list of pre-qualified bidders, which was approved to undertake the section of the status Section 69 of the Act, hence acted in violation of the law. Challenges encountered by the committee during investigation. The committee found hard to comparative analysis between the cost of production and the green leaf harvested at the farm, since payroll of KTF was not supplied to the committee. Thus, it has had committee it was hard for the committee to net the anomalies in the farm. The committee wanted to comparison between what is plucked per day against the amount paid in the month. The committee had, number 2, the committee had to be subtle in authenticating the difference with different witnesses account to the committee who gave crucial yet unsubstantiated evidence. The committee had to do diligence regarding what is applied to them and what was actually the truth. The committee, in conducting comparative analysis between when the farm was being managed by James Finlay's and the current management under the board of directors, the committee lacked crucial documents from James Finlay's. The committee was informed that James Finlay's didn't leave behind any trace of record. Record by the time they left the farm. Thus, it was hard to come up with a comparative study of the same. The committee encountered cases of misinformation by the members of the community who regarded the farm as belonging to KABIANGA community and not the entire county. This prejudice on how they presented their facts before the committee, and most of them presented evidence bordering around how the farm has not been of use to them and not regarding the profitability index of the farm. Number 5. Some of the board of directors had their names conspicuously mentioned by the various witnesses who appeared before the committee. This jeopardized the credibility of the information they presented to the committee. Such conflict of interest could, coupled with the lack of willingness by the management to divulge crucial information for the fear of being victimized by the directors, gave the committee a hard time to come up with the findings. Committee's observations, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Honorable S. Rangatich. Yes, hold on. I can see Honorable Eric B.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this chance. Allow me to give a point of information that it is now 12 p.m., Mr. Speaker, and like to request to move a motion of adjournment to the extension, Mr. Speaker. So allow me to move a motion of extension after 1 p.m. 1:30 p.m. I request Honorable Cheriot Bed to second. Thank you.
Honorable Cheriot Bed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, you know this is a very important motion, Mr. Speaker, that touches on one of the entities that is being owned by the county government of Kericho. And Mr. Speaker, according to the standing order, Mr. Speaker, we are already, time is on our side. So I want to beg the honorable members that we extend time up to 1:30 so that we dispense off with this issue. And at least the recommendation is going to assist this county, Mr. Speaker. So I urge the members, we second that motion that was moved by the chair held, so that for time extension. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you so much. So I then propose the question that this session be extended until 1:30 p.m. today. Anybody who wants to differ with that opinion or to contribute? I put the question. Now I put the question that this session is extended until 1:30 p.m. today. Will as many of similar opinions say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. So the session is extended. Hezron Ngetich, you can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and honorable members for that consideration, giving in mind that this is a very important session which will make a turnaround in KABIANGA T-Farm and the entire Kericho County on revenue. So, Mr. Speaker, I was on 12 committees of observation. We are almost coming to close of the report. The AD-HOC committee, after conducting investigation and analysis, evidence adduced on KABIANGA T-Farm, made the following observation. 1. KABIANGA T-Farm is regarded as county semi-autonomous government agency, which is a public entity wholly owned by the county government of Kericho, following the enactment of Kericho County KABIANGA T-Farm Act of 2021. However, the farm is still registered as private limited company. Second, Mr. Speaker, the County Assembly approved the Kericho County KABIANGA T-Farm Act of 2021, but is not yet operationalized. Third, Mr. Speaker, KABIANGA T-Farm has enormous potential to generate more revenue and make profit. This may be realized by streamlining uses of governance and management. Just like Kangaita T-Farm, KABIANGA T-Farm can produce up to 5 million kilograms of green tea per annum. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, the use of technology in replacement of old tea clones and pruning can help in reduction of cost of production. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, the cost of transport and maintenance of motor vehicle sharply increased in the last 2 financial years. This was attributed to transporting of green tea leaf to far-flung tea factories like Kipkepe Limited and Evergreen Limited. The use of the farm vehicles to run personal errands for some directors of the farm also contributed to the increased cost. The committee noted some inconsistent trends in the application of fertilizers in the farm, hence the farm production could not be optimized. The sixth, Mr. Speaker. Seventh, it was also established that the farm is no longer practicing manual weeding, but using herbicide. The committee observed that this was against the requirement of the Rainforest Alliance certification requirement. The eighth, Mr. Speaker, the committee noted the issue of conflict of interest by the board of directors. This was seen in some of the directors performing the roles that the management could ordinarily be performing. This is against their mandate as policy makers and strategic direction. Ninth, the committee noted proper fertilizer application in Kangaita farm result to high volume of green leaf production. Therefore, proper application of fertilizers in the right quantities and right time translate to high volume of green leaf. Number 10, the committee noted that the decision for deliveries of green leaf to processing factories is made by the board of directors without factoring in other factors like cost of transportation, maintenance, and quality of green leaf by the time it reaches the factory. Number 11, the committee noted that the current board of directors are conducting board meeting outside the provision of the SRC. Committee's recommendation. The AD-HOC committee on the KABIANGA T-Farm made the following recommendation. 1. That the CEC for Agriculture, Livestock and Cooperative Management to review and make regulation to operationalize the Kericho County KABIANGA T-Farm Act of 2021 in order to allow the smooth running of the farm and improve on its profitability and efficiency, and report the process within 90 days from the date of adoption of this report. Second recommendation, that KABIANGA T-Farm board to come up with a clear SRC policy and other policies to aid the management in running the farm efficiently and effectively, devoid of conflict with the community, and report the progress within 90 days upon the adoption of this report. That's another recommendation, that the county administrative review the governance and management of the farm by competitively recruiting board of directors and management with regard to upholding the principles of corporate governance to enable the farm turn around the profitability. The order upon competitive sourcing be vetted and approved by the county assembly. Another recommendation, the KABIANGA Tea Farm Board to consider the use of technology in pruning and replacement of the old clones to minimize damage to roots and to cut on production costs. Management of the farm to stop use of herbicide and embark on manual weeding with immediate effect. This will make the hard ban more permeable for seepage of fertilizers. Another recommendation, the number of board meetings be strictly as per the SRC guidelines and Mongoso Code of Governance. The board should also limit themselves to their mandate of the policy and strategic directions of the farm. The management should make arrangements in consultation with the relevant county department to have its asset revalued so that the books of accounting reflect a fair market value of its asset. This is in line with the international accounting standard. Another recommendation, ECT teachers and dispensaries should be taken over by relevant county department of education and that respectively so that they can properly manage and avoid passing over unnecessary costs to the farm. This should be done with immediate effect. The KABIANGA tea farm should produce quality green tea leaf of KTDA standard to be taken to highest paying factory in the catchment area. At the time the committee visited the tea auction, Mamul Tea Factory fetched the highest price of $2.8 per kilo. This is the factory which fetches the highest pay in the west of Rift. Number 10, a specialty tea factory to be constructed, but through public-private partnership, like the case of Kangaita factory. This should only be done after the positive feasibility study report on the same. That permanent demarcation of the fence of the KABIANGA tea farm be done and construction of proper gates to ensure proper security and avoid conflict with the neighboring community. Another one, that KABIANGA tea farm expanded tea and tea nursery at the farm for the purpose of improving the revenue streams. That operation of KABIANGA tea farm and Kipkeli and coffee farm be managed separately, and the contract signed on the management of the farm be terminated with immediate effect. 14, that the County Public Service Board to aid in assessing the capacity of personnel in terms of academic qualification, experience, remuneration, terms of service, and the optimum number of employees for the farm. It should also aid in coming up with a scheme of service, organogram, and also look into the cases of the previous two managers whose service was terminated. 15, the county attorney's office to assist in reviewing the CPA with KB Kibao to enable the management engage employees on contractual terms for ease of management of the farm. 16, that a clear policy be developed with regard to staff safety, motivation, and relook into other welfare issues such as housing, personnel emolument versus the job cadre, salary disparities, and review of the placking rates. 17, that in collaboration with the industry players such as Tea Research Institute set up best practices with regard to technical support in the improvement of existing loans and prudent agronomical practices. The money is due for the Kipkepe, which is a Sini, which was erroneously deducted for the fertilizer and unpaid bonus, be paid without further delay. The farm should engage the office of the county attorney to aid in recovery of the same if need be. 19, that all audited reports of KABIANGA tea farm be submitted to the county assembly as required by the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, and the Public Audit Act of 2015, the firm should also submit quarterly reports to the department and the assembly respectively. That the current board of directors be disbanded with immediate effect due to conflict of interest and poor performance, and the CCM for agriculture, livestock and fisheries appoint an interim body to run the farm for a period of 6 months, pending the amendment of KABIANGA T-Farm Act of 2021. That KABIANGA T-Farm Act of 2021 be amended within 6 months by changing the structure of governance of KABIANGA T-Farm, such that one overall manager is appointed to oversee all the operation of the farm, who will be reporting directly to the CC member for agriculture. 22, that the Committee on Lands, Housing and Physical Planning to assist in looking into the land issue and claim by the local community, with consideration that the same is before the National Land Commission. It should be also look into the request by the community to be allowed access the road through the farm. 23, that the county representative in board of directors of the farm be regularly attending meetings and over their council according and not leaving the matters of the farm on the hands of the independent directors who have shown a clear conflict of interest. 24, and the final one, the county attorney should fast track the establishment of KABIANGA T-Farm from being a private limited company to a county semi-autonomous agency. These include handling all matters that are legally affecting the farm, such as drafting of contracts, agreement, and updating list of board of directors in county-owned entities. Mr. Speaker, allow me to give my the chairman of the committee to complete on the section and to complete on movement of the motion.
Honorable Speaker, sir, this report will not come to an end without acknowledging the AD-HOC committee that took the opportunity to thank the office of the Speaker and that of the clerk for the support that was extended so that we were able to execute the mandate that was before us. We also wish to thank the IATA, the Comrock Limited, the County Executive Committee member on Finance, Economic Planning, and Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, the County Chief Officer for respective departments for their invaluable input. Further, sir, the input from former and current board members of directors, management and employees of the farm, local community managers from Kipkebe Tea Factories, KABIANGA Tea Factories, Evergreen Tea Factories, and the Tea Board of Kenya representatives, amongst others, was of great help to the production of this report. The committee appreciates the input from the AD-HOC Secretariat in the production of this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would call later on Honorable Hezron to second the motion that is before the floor of the House. Thank you.
Honorable Hezron.
Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity so that I can rise and second the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think in the history of this assembly, Mr. Speaker, and mostly the third assembly, Mr. Speaker, I think if there is a well done research and written report, I think it is this one for AD-HOC committee, Mr. Speaker. Irrespective of the time, the tedious work, the tedious research, Mr. Speaker, we have come up with a very comprehensive report, Mr. Speaker. The report itself is self-explanatory. It's self-explanatory, Mr. Speaker, and easy, Mr. Speaker. We did further research, Mr. Speaker. That is why we came out with a good observation and good recommendation, Mr. Speaker. which I wish, Mr. Speaker, when we were tabling this report, Mr. Speaker, I wish the county executive representative must have been sitting in the gallery, Mr. Speaker. However, I know this report will be forwarded subsequently to the department for action, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we observed when we were doing this report, Mr. Speaker, we realized that, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of potentiality in KABIANGA TIFA, Mr. Speaker. It's only that one major thing is on management, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, you have seen in our report, Mr. Speaker, there is close reference with Kangaita. Kangaita and KABIANGA TIFA, Mr. Speaker, are equally of same age, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, when you analyze the performance of Kangaita from Kirijaga, Mr. Speaker, they are doing much better, Mr. Speaker. And there is no big miracle they do. Here in KABIANGA TIFA, Mr. Speaker, when you ask the managers why there is poor performance, Mr. Speaker, they give flimsy reason that the clone which is existing is old. But, Mr. Speaker, when we visited Kangaita, Mr. Speaker, the clone which the Kangaita are using was planted as early as 1960 something, Mr. Speaker. So, what is the major difference between Kangaita and KABIANGA is just management, Mr. Speaker. And on our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, we recommend that the change of management, Mr. Speaker, be done. The overall should be done, Mr. Speaker. That in Kangaita, it's only one manager who is managing the entire farm, Mr. Speaker, and is reporting directly to the headquarters of the KDDM, Mr. Speaker. There is no board of directors because, Mr. Speaker, on our observation and on our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, you noted that the existence of board of directors has some conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. You find in our case, Mr. Some of the directors, Mr. Speaker, they use the vehicles of the farm for public use, Mr. Speaker. Even when you go outside, you may not be surprised to see carrying Napier grass all the way from Kipkeliang to their farms, Mr. Speaker. There is absolute misuse of resources because there is conflict of interest between the directors, Mr. Speaker. So in our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, of which we want to amend the KABIANGA TIFAM Act, Mr. Speaker, so that we abolish the issue of directorship, Mr. Speaker, and the farm be managed by overall manager, which is reporting directly to the CC in charge of finance, and subsequently the reports will be subsequently being forwarded to Assembly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another issue which we saw, Mr. Speaker, is the issue to do with fertilizer. You know, Mr. Speaker, tea is a plant, Mr. Speaker. And the only ingredient which a tea can need so that it can flourish and produce is the application of fertilizer, Mr. Speaker. You have seen again in the procurement of the fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, there is no clarity, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why we are saying, Mr. Speaker, a special address should be done when it comes to application of fertilizer, Mr. Speaker. The farm is making procurement of fertilizer, Mr. Speaker. When you compare the packs of fertilizer being procured by KABIANGA TIFAM and which is procured by Kangaita, Mr. Speaker, is almost the same. But ours is not ending to the farm. Ours is ending in the pockets and the farms of private individual, Mr. Speaker. So on our recommendation, Mr. Speaker, when a procurement of the fertilizer should be looked into, Mr. Speaker, and I'll urge this honorable house to resolve that during the application of fertilizer, because it is seasonal, Mr. Speaker, I ask this honorable house to resolve that during the application of the fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, the relevant committee of agriculture should be visiting during the application, because a 2 or 3 days process, so that they can assist in oversight, Mr. Speaker, on the application. And I think this will assist in ensuring that the common the value for money is achieved in KABIANGA. as I am ending, Mr. Speaker, another one is the issue of pruning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the element of pruning, because we are pouring a lot of similarities from Kangaita, which is the best performing farm, Mr. Speaker. They have resolved to do pruning using a machine, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you visit KABIANGA tea farm, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of employees, and you have said, Mr. Speaker, when a special audit will be done, Mr. Speaker, you will realize there is a reason why these people hike the number of employees on the farm. One of the reasons is a way so that because these employees are being paid by their temporary staff, they are being paid by, they are not under wages, they are paid as temporary staff. They hike the number of staff so that they get, extra coin, because there is staffs, Mahewa staff, which are not existing in the farm, Mr. Speaker. So I think, Mr. Speaker, the best way is the introduction. I quote it. It's not Nene.
Honorable Hezron. Okay, give him time. Give Honorable Matthew Korid. What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to inform Emeritus Majority Leader that you cannot use the word Maewa, you can use the coast workers. To that effect will help us to understand that you are referring to this report of KABIANGA TIFA. Maewa has been used by many people and can lead to other Maewas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Hezron, stand guided and conclude.
I stand guided, Mr. Speaker. I meant that coast workers, so the introduction of machinery, Mr. Speaker, will aid, Mr. Speaker, in cost of production. Because you realize, Mr. Speaker, sometimes our tea, KABIANGA tea, is sold as low as 10 shilling, Mr. Speaker. But the buying price or the selling price of the tea is the cost of plucking is 11, but the cost of selling of the tea is 10 bob. So we are going at a loss. So, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of machinery or machinery, not even wholly, but half of it will at least save on profitability, Mr. Speaker, and will improve on profitability of the farm. Mr. Speaker, on another issue, Mr. Speaker, which I want to touch on, is the issue of of the public partnership and procurement, Mr. Speaker, whereby we are recommending that the county government of Kericho can liaise with other partners so that they do specialty tea, Mr. Speaker. We do our own factory, Mr. Speaker, like the way Kangaita have done. When we do specialty tea, Mr. Speaker, it will improve on our, or we will do value addition. Mr. Speaker, because when the directors came before us, they were requesting for 150 million for the uprooting of the existing clone and replanting, Mr. Speaker. But the cost of constructing a factory, Mr. Speaker, is merely 120. So when you compare, instead of us uprooting with 150 million, why don't we start building a factory and then we face off during plantation of new clones, Mr. Speaker. So those are some of the points, Mr. Speaker, I was seeing that it needs to be, we need to be in consideration. I think, Mr. Speaker, my honorable members will contribute on the issue of nursery, which I think they will need because they will add on it. Otherwise, I beg to move to second this motion, and I hope all honorable members will contribute objectively so that this report, we adopt this report and its recommendation be binding, and it will be a game changer, Mr. Speaker, because the recommendation which we pen down here, and the recommendation and the discussion from these honorable members will add more value to this. I beg to second this motion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Hezron Ngetich. I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the AD-HOC Committee on Kabianga Tea Farm. Honorable Eric B., you may make your contribution. And members, as you contribute, be objective and also consider other members who may want to contribute. Eric B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again for giving me this opportunity to contribute on the report by the AD-HOC Committee on Kabianga Tea Farm. Mr. Speaker, allow me first of all to thank the owner of this motion, Mr. Speaker, which is the member of Kabianga Ward, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dominic Mutai, Mr. Speaker. He felt that it is prudent for us to have a debate on the Kabianga farm. Mr. Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, to thank the only doctor in the House, Mr. Speaker, who is the chair of the AD-HOC Committee, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Naman, who actually, Mr. Speaker, when he was away, he went to Mombasa for 3 weeks, Mr. Speaker, writing the report. And I come from Sointigawen, Mr. Speaker. Our members were asking me, where is our leader? I used to give an excuse that he's working on a good report. So I must acknowledge you, Mr. Honorable Naman, for the good work you did. By and large, we come from Shuka Zone, Mr. Speaker. I hope the next is AD-HOC on Shuka farm, Mr. Speaker, in Kulta, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, secondly, this report is good. We've had this report, Mr. Speaker. I must say it is a good report. Before then, Mr. Speaker, I thought this report is a sketch, but we've gone through for 2 or 3 hours, Mr. Speaker, and we've found that it is the best report ever in this House, Mr. Speaker. So allow me to, first of all, to say that the rain started beating us through the Assembly, Mr. Speaker, because once the honorable member who have been in this House for the last 11 years, Mr. Speaker, has never followed up the issue of Kabianga Tea Farm, Mr. Speaker, of which this is the most revenue production, Mr. Speaker, within our country. We've seen the issue of the act which was passed in this House, and it has never been implemented by the executive, Mr. Speaker, of which I blame the CEC in charge of agriculture, Mr. Speaker, who was the former CEC, Mr. Mason. He slept on his job, Mr. Speaker, instead of operationalizing the act so that we can follow the policies in Kabianga Tea Farm, Mr. Speaker, has never put in place. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that there is a lot of leakages from the report. Kabianga Tea Farm, Mr. Speaker, has been doing well compared with the production report, which is been given the production loss financial report, Mr. Speaker. We've seen that they produce a lot of tea leaves, Mr. Speaker, but when you compare the output and the input, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of disparity, Mr. Speaker. We can never operate in a farm whereby we expect to have a profit, but we are making losses, Mr. Speaker. I think the management has gone overboard, Mr. Speaker, and allow looting within Kabianga, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that this Kabianga farm, they need an overhaul, which I support the report, Mr. Speaker. We need to overhaul the entire system, Mr. Speaker, by removing, first of all, from the management level, you go to the board of management, Mr. Speaker, and the accountant, we cannot have, Mr. Speaker, because we are expecting to make a profit, but we are making losses. Meaning, the company has never met the financial obligation, which this indicates that there is a financial challenges facing the entire system, Mr. Speaker, whereby we need a significant production from this farm, Mr. Speaker. I must say, Mr. Speaker, if you compare the hospitals which are currently within our mandate, Mr. Speaker, they are making profit. You've seen all these facilities, sub-county hospital, Mr. Speaker, we are managing within our mandate, Mr. Speaker, they are making a lot of profit. And a farm like Kabianga, which is over 300,000 acres, 300 acres, Mr. Speaker, they are making losses. If we see this one, there's nothing going on. There is remittance within this farm, Mr. Speaker, is poor. So I must make my recommendation, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that if we operationalize the act, which will allow the KABIANGA farm to be able to remit directly their funds, Mr. Speaker, to the county, we can make a special purpose account so that these funds can be directly to the farm.
Honorable Rigby, you can see from the hands that you have, you're supposed to conclude now, please.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, because this is a weighty report, and I know these members are going to contribute the same things I'm making, Mr. Speaker. Allow me 2 minutes to clear up and to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, so that you can, I was saying, Mr. Speaker, we should have a special purpose account. Same case like Department of Health, whereby we can reimburse back the collection. If they are collecting 50 million, Mr. Speaker, they should not use the fund on source, at the source. We should have at source, Mr. Speaker. They should be in conjunction with the CEC in charge and the CEC in charge of finance, at the same time CEC in charge of agriculture, so that anybody handling the money should not be directly from their collection, should come back to the county and they be given the reimbursement so that they can pay their workers. At the same time, we can make profit. This is a revenue collection center and we need money for our county to move on. We cannot sit back seeing the farm like KABIANGA and Kipkelian farm, Mr. Speaker, making loss. Then meaning we should be at home, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's share up, let's make this report, approve this report, and follow up through the Public Accounts Committee chaired by Honorable Kiri. Otherwise, I support this report. I've seen, based on the mood of the House, I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I want all of us to get a fair time to contribute. And so when I give you a chance to speak, be mindful of the honorable members and always be objective and give your point in a very short period, just to give your sentiments, because I can see that all of us want to contribute. So I'll give this chance to Honorable Philip Mutai, then thereafter Paul Chirchir and Honorable Whip, in that order. All of you will get a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, indeed, this is a watertight report, as we have gone through to the end, and I must congratulate the entire AD-HOC committee, secretariat, and the office of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are some of the issues that are very important within the report. One, I want to raise the issue of tea nursery. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, sir, as we have seen that at Kangaita, they are making a lot of money within selling tea seedlings. So I am of the opinion that we encourage, through this report, the KABIANGA tea farm to emphasize on management of the tea seedlings. Another aspect that I want to comment is that at KABIANGA tea farm, we lack the creativity. The creativity is in the sense that at Kangaita, they don't use the commercial fertilizer. They go for the organic kind of fertilizer. That is in the sense is a sort of creativity. Another aspect that I want to say is in the sense that we supply tea to Mamul Tea Factory, because when we were at IATA, the AD-HOC, we came across the Mamul brand of tea that we wanted to supply the tea from KABIANGA to Mamul Tea Factory. Another aspect is I want to say is about we appreciate the availability of our institutions like the Tea Research and the Tea Board of Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion.
Thank you so much, Honorable Paul Chirchir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support this very noble and very important motion, which is a report by the AD-HOC committee. First of all, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to set the record straight that this report is objective, Mr. Speaker, sir. No one is being victimized here, because our mandate as an assembly, we are legislative arm of the county government of Kericho, and we oversight the executive. So, number one, Mr. Speaker, is to congratulate the chair, the able chair, Dr. Naaman Rob, PhD, and the team. This report is well elaborate, and it is comprehensive. I pray and hope that the Committee on Agriculture and the Committee on Implementation will pick it up from here, so that this will not go and gather dust in our library, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to go straight to the memorandum and articles of association of KABIANGA TIFA, Mr. Speaker, sir. When the new constitution was promulgated, all assets and liabilities that belong to the defunct county council and municipal council, Mr. Speaker, sir, were taken up by the county through the transition authority. So I want to urge the county attorney, the Department of Legal in the county executive, Mr. Speaker, sir, to pick it up, because the members who are shareholders in KABIANGA Tea Farm are strangers, Mr. Speaker, sir. They are respectable men in the society, but they are strangers in the society, Mr. Speaker, sir, because the law does not recognize them. So the county attorney to move with speed and normalize, so that KABIANGA Tea Farm is owned procedurally, just like Kewasco. So, number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, why are we recommending that the current board be disbanded? We do not have a problem with the board. We have a problem with the expenditure, because KABIANGA Tea Farm expenditure is quite high. So when we remove the board of management, Mr. Speaker, sir, there will be no sitting allowances for the board members. Hence, the county will be making more money. Because if you look at the revenue collection in our county, we have not been able to meet our revenue targets. So we will go the Kangata way. But I am going to urge the committee to recommend that Mamul Tea Factory, who are the giants in the tea sector in west of Rift, Mr. Speaker, sir, to manage KABIANGA Tea Farm for now. So I hope and pray that when we will be amending the KABIANGA Tea Farm Act, we will recommend the guys, the tea factory who is leading in price in this region, Mr. Speaker, sir. Number three, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to, in a special way, appreciate Honorable Dominic Mutai, the Honorable MCA for KABIANGA, for coming up with a motion that created this AD-HOC committee, Mr. Speaker, sir. Without his effort, we would not be here. So when history will be written, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Member has a page in the history books of KABIANGA Tea Farm. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the recommendations are good, and the other thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, is on tea plucking machines. I want to differ, but objectively, Mr. Speaker, sir, we will appreciate if we create employment, but at the same time allow KABIANGA Tea Farm to make money. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have seen somewhere that there was an erroneous deduction of about 500,000 erroneously deducted. And the factory, the firm that deducted the money want a letter written to them so that they correct the anomaly. Mr. Speaker, sir, that's suspicious and mischievous. So in this report, I urge the Department of Agriculture, the executive, to read through this thing and implement this thing. If they implement this thing in full, I am telling you, KABIANGA will be turned around, Mr. Speaker. So I support the report fully, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Aaron Rotich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion, the report that was tabled here by our chair, AD-HOC Chairman Dr. Naman, and the Chairman citing on various issues, Bwana Chair, because I happen to have been one of the members who sat all the way from morning to evening trying to interrogate all the players who actually avail themselves. I want to confirm, Mr. Speaker, that there has been a lot of challenges really in KABIANGA tea farm. As it has been elaborated very clearly by the chairman, that is in the report and its recommendation. I also want to give my sentiments or my input on the same, that chairman, Speaker, there has been a lot of issues. Probably when we check through, you can go through the report, financial reports and records. Mr. Speaker, I want to also confirm that there has been a lot of spending than what we are getting from the farm. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I noted most of the areas, gray areas that were not well captured, and I would also want to add probably the issue of digitization of the weighing scales. That was also another factor that actually led to loss of our kilos. And number two, on that note again, we noted that there was no regular calibration of the machines. Those are the weighing scale. Thus, when we go to Weybridge, that is on the other side, or the other factories, you get a lot of excesses. And Mr. Speaker, most of the excesses were actually captured and bargained with. Probably you get a factory doing it at about 18 shillings a kilo, all the way from 27 shillings. So to me, there has been a lot of loopholes. And therefore, based on the report, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure that because of the watertight the report is, this thing is going to be kept. Number two, Mr. Speaker, there has been advanced mention of the issue of the vehicles that are being used in the farm. I also want to confirm that there has been a lot of vehicles with the registration number private. I also want to confirm that, like the report has said by the chair, that the number plates of the same vehicles that are in the farm or that belongs to the farm should actually be county number plates, so as for easy identification. Because you see, these vehicles, private number plates, has always been used by the said management, and I think this one will also help us in pro-up management going forward. Mr. Speaker, there was an issue of manual weeding before application of the fertilizers. Like the case of the KABIANGA, there has been use of herbicides. And not all the farm, Mr. Speaker. There has always been the spraying around the farm. But inside the farm, that is beneath the tea, there has been a clear neglect. So that when they apply fertilizer, it is being washed away by the rains, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, I'm in total agreement with the report that says manual weeding to take effect immediately, so that when they are applying fertilizers, it actually penetrates, what we call it is percolates or penetrates towards the roots, and therefore giving us a proper yield. Another aspect, Mr. Speaker, was a quarterly report. In this county assembly, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that we've not been receiving any reports, and I can confirm that we will always require quarterly reports so that we gauge on the performance of the farm going forward. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, there was an issue of pruning of the tea. When we went for a comparative study, that is at Kangaita Farm, that is in Nyeri, no, in Kirinyaga County. Mr. Speaker, we were taken around the farm, and we were shown all processes, up to and including how they usually uproot, how they usually prune, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that if we adopt the same Kangaita way, I'm very sure that when we approve and take in the new clones, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure that this one will give us a bigger yield. Probably, lastly, Mr. Speaker, there was an issue that came about the issue of drawal of the allowances. Mr. Speaker, in a span of like a year, several meetings were being conducted. And to be very precise, drawing of the allowances could actually go up to and about 2 million a year. That is only drawing of the allowances. Thus, therefore, if you can check on the year 2019-2020, this county received negative 2.7 million. That is in the year 2019-2020. 2020-2021, Mr. Speaker, we went to negative 48,575. For the case of 2021-2022, Mr. Speaker, we got 2 million. So to show that there is something that needs to be done, probably going forward, unlike the previous years. Like for the year 2015-16, it was 10 million. 2017-16-17, 7 million. And 17-18, 11 million. Then the other year, 4.5. That is 19, 4.5 million. So, Mr. Speaker, if we adopt all these practices, and if you will allow that digitalization of these weighing scale machines and regular calibration, I want to confirm that we will fetch as high as 3 kilo per T-bush in the same field. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm we will amend the Act as it has been captured by the report, and we will make sure that we achieve the maximum production in the said farm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Matthew Korir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity also to comment on this report, though I was the member to the committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is only the only business that county is doing to get loss. One is the KABIANGA tea farm, Mr. Speaker, sir, is where you can get manager hiring people to pluck tea at 12 shillings and transport to Kipkebeb and Sotik using fuel, paying a driver, and also negotiate to sell at 10 shillings. I'm told even Mama Rachel in Koitobu Road, who is selling some bananas, she cannot do such business. This is where we need to be serious as the county government and county assembly when we are doing oversight. I think since chairman has listed all the recommendations from the committee, one, also this manager should be subcharged to pay back the money to this county, because one, we are looking for the revenue. We are looking for the money to run this county. While one manager is sitting down selling our tea at 10 shillings after plucking at 12 shillings. I think, Mr. Speaker, one, the recommendation is supposed to be implemented accordingly. Mr. Speaker, sir, we want also the county government, through the Ministry of Agriculture and the committee concerned with agriculture, to kindly assist the farmers in this area. When we were in Kangaita farm in Kirinyaga, Mr. Speaker, sir, they are coming all the way from Kirinyaga to Tea Research Foundation, using, that is almost 319 kilometers, to come and learn the best practices, to come and learn the best clone. But from KABIANGA tea farm, Mr. Speaker, to TRF, it is roughly 17 kilometers, a difference of 300 kilometers, whereby we need to be serious as the county government, and we must be serious as the county assembly also to give all those advice to the department through the Committee of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, sir, one thing that I think also we should look at it after even the recommendation on procurement matters. This is a farm, you get also, a factory is procuring fertilizer to the farm at a cost of, let's say, it was 6,500 and come and sell at 80 something hundred, making a profit of almost 1,500, Mr. Speaker. I think it is high time. It is high time as the executive to come to rise up to the occasion and see the operationalization of KABIANGA tea farm if they want us to make a profit. If they want us to make a profit, unless they are participants when we are making laws in the name of we are doing business. So another thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted even to add what Mheshimiwa Ezron said about the PPP. If KABIANGA tea farm come up with a factory of their own, and before even we are going to that direction, Mr. Speaker, I'm seconding what Honorable Paul Chichi said, that if we can give this farm to Mamul Tea Factory to run, we will be able to be making profit as county. And another thing, Mr. Speaker, that we learn also during our interviews, we need also as politicians not to interfere with this KABIANGA tea farm. Most of the issues were discussed is KABIANGA tea farm is now being taken as a KABIANGA ward project. It is the whole county that should be benefiting through this farm, Mr. Speaker. So I support the report, and I support in totality, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fancy Korir. Then I'll give to Honorable Martin and then Jerry Bet. In that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the committee on AD-HOC and to thank all the county assembly for doing this, because the last regime could not give an eye to the KABIANGA tea farm. To me, it has to take a paradigm shift for the management of KABIANGA tea farm, so that we start making profit, or we start working, because for sure there are a lot of loopholes in this management. And I recommend that the management and the board belongs to jail, because for sure this cannot happen over our watch. This is so sad, because we make money and it goes into the pockets of an individual. My concern is you've given very good recommendations, and this one we should give them, so that we make a new strategic plan for the KABIANGA tea farm, so that they will accommodate all these recommendations you've given. They are very good recommendations, and they need them so that they make a new one, a new strategic plan for them to work. Like my financial report you've given, it's so sad that there is some profit which is made, but at the long run, it's going to negative. So we need to see into all the loopholes that it takes a lot of money. And my concern is the labor laws, which maybe they are in place. We've been told there are permanent workers and there are casual workers working there. And I'm not very sure if the labor laws are being followed, and all those, because, and even payment for the salaries for the same workers, because I happen to work within the tea estate, and most of the time you find the workers are complaining that the payments are delaying. So please, let's recommend this, and it has to be, the report has to be implemented within the 90 days we've been given, so that the owners of the farm, of which I don't know who owns the farm, if it is the county assembly, or no, the county government, or the people within the farms. And we need to be guided, because they said the title deed is nowhere. Someone has just said we do not know the title deed if it belongs really to the owners, the stakeholders. So I support this report, and my urge is to the management that they will implement the policies which are supposed to be there, so that it will help the workers within the farm. And I'm still wondering, because I've seen the dispensary which is there. I don't know if the medicines are there, and if again within the labor laws they've said, because I've seen the CPS somewhere, if the maternity policy is there, because I know there are women workers, and I don't know why I missed this committee, because I really needed to see the same, so that we all read in the same page. But all in all, I could recommend that we see all those policies and acts which are supposed to be implemented, so that it will help all of us and to get the revenues to this very good county of Kericho. Otherwise, I support the report, and thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
Honorable Martin Cheriot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, also for giving me this report, this chance to also comment on this report that has been done by the AD-HOC committee led by the chairman, Honorable Naaman. It's a good report, and if there is anything that this house will do is this one for Kabianga T-Farm. It's because it is one of the revenue channels that we are seeing, or we think it should give us revenue as county of Kericho. I am particularly concerned of the management of this Kabianga tea farm, that at this time we are registering nil, we are registering losses with such a huge asset. Initially from the report I've seen that this farm was managed by James Finlay, and it did so many things through CSR to the community. And immediately after it was handed over to the county council then, and all the way up to where we are at the moment, we have not registered much in terms of revenue. I'm also of the opinion and support the recommendations that has been made, that has been put forward by the committee on this Kabianga tea farm. One thing, Honorable Speaker, I want to put across is the misuse of the funds by the management from the directors. The many meetings that these directors and the management staff does for the sake of the allowances, is what is actually failing this farm. I want to suggest, I want to concur with the report that the management, the entire management from the board of directors, be overhauled immediately, so that we get the right people who have the right intentions to serve in this farm, for the Kericho County government to get revenue from this farm. I also want to echo honorable member who has said about the weighing, digitizing the weighing scales of this farm. I know there are some weighing scales, actually the manual ones that can be altered in a way, but I want to echo that, or I want to suggest that it be digitized so that we get the right skills for the output of our produce. I am a tea farmer also, and I know many of these people at times they can alter or they can change, especially the manual weighing skills. So I want to concur that the digital weighing skills be put in place. Also, the clone, the tea clones, that is okay. The tea clone that is there. I know it's been it's for a long time. We've had maybe it's that tea was planted 1960s, but it can with time it can be renewed as recommended by the report. And I know with the right intentions of the right leadership and the management, I know we are going to, at the end of the day, I know we are going to succeed. This farm is going to succeed. It is the only farm that the Kericho County government has that has this tea plantation, and I know we are going to will realize the revenue as intended by the good people who wants to see Kericho move forward. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support the motion in totality. I want to say that the entire management from the board of directors be overhauled and new management be put in place.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Now, remember, members, before I give to Honorable Jerry Adbet, you're next. We had sought a motion of extension for up to 1:30. Along at the time, now we have 15 more minutes before the time elapses. So we have to agree either we seek for further extension or we go maybe 2 minutes each so that we can beat the time, because it's on our own motion. We have sought an extension and we're on record. And I'm seeing many members who are still wants to contribute. And because today we'll be proceeding on recess, I wouldn't want to close any other person outside. So will we manage the 1 minute each? Or do you want to extend further? So, Honorable Jerry Adbet, you have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the people of Ainamoi 2 minutes through me, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to this very important motion that was sponsored by the only doctor, Dr. Honorable Naaman. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the AD-HOC committee for a job well executed. Mr. Speaker, maybe in brief, Mr. Speaker, this committee was led by the most learned individual that we have around in most county assemblies in Kenya. And for your information, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Naaman, his biography in brief, Mr. Speaker, is that I had the opportunity we schooled together at the only university that we have in Kenya, that is the University of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, and he got the best first class in the School of Education then with 78 points. Personally, I had 68, so I was not far from him. But all the same, Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the AD-HOC committee for a job well done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we produce such very wonderful reports of this nature, Mr. Speaker, but the county executive fails to execute such reports, Mr. Speaker. And you know, public funds have been spent in producing this report, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think the report is conclusive, Mr. Speaker, that the main reason why we have KABIANGA tea farm, Mr. Speaker, is it is one of the revenue streams that they should, I mean, the county government should get revenue from this farm, Mr. Speaker. And there are only two options, Mr. Speaker. You remember when I did contribute towards this motion, when the AD-HOC committee was being formed, Mr. Speaker, I said there are only two options, Mr. Speaker. If the farm is making losses, Mr. Speaker, then the next option is we abandon this farm, Mr. Speaker, and we even propose that we sell this land, because what we want is revenue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going by the tabulations on the revenue that we get from this farm, Mr. Speaker, we are running on negative, Mr. Speaker. I know when you are doing business and you are running in negative from every other time, Mr. Speaker, there are only two options, Mr. Speaker. You change the directors. I do not even want to go to the second recommendation. That is the KABIANGA T-Farm Board of Directors to come up with a clear SRC policy within 3 months. 3 months, Mr. Speaker, upon the adoption of this report. I just want to go to the other recommendation, Mr. Speaker, that the current Board of Directors be disbanded with the immediate effect due to conflict of interest and poor performance, and the CEC in charge of agriculture, Mr. Speaker, to have an interim body to run the affairs of this farm within the next 6 months, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what we should be talking here, Mr. Speaker, is that the Board of Directors are not able to execute the functions that is stipulated in the act that we prepared here in 2021, Mr. Speaker, and therefore we should send this board home packing. Mr. Speaker, a board that does not respect laws, Mr. Speaker. One of the laws, Mr. Speaker, is the law that we did approve here in 2021, Mr. Speaker. They are not respecting that law. They are doing more meetings than that is what is stipulated in that act, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement and Management Act 2012 is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that they need to table their reports, Mr. Speaker, to the county executive for onward delivery to the county assembly, Mr. Speaker, because that is the requirement by law. But they are not doing that, Mr. Speaker. So those alone, Mr. Speaker, is enough for this board to be sent back home. Mr. Speaker, and you know, we have a lot of information. I know the committee, we have a lot of information that some of these people, Mr. Speaker, they are selling fertilizers, Mr. Speaker. Some of them, they are taking fuel. Some of the directors, Mr. Speaker, they are taking fuel in their private vehicles. I know of a petrol station where they normally take fuel, Mr. Speaker, using their private vehicles. Spare parts in KABIANGA T-Farms are being sold in town, Mr. Speaker. And you know, these are the directors that we put there to be the custodian of public entities, Mr. Speaker, but they are turning the farm into a looting prey, Mr. Speaker. So my recommendation, Mr. Speaker, is that these directors should be sent off as early as yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Then after sending them home, Mr. Speaker, we need an independent body like the EACC and the DCI, Mr. Speaker, because you cannot eat the public funds, Mr. Speaker, and you remain in office just like that, Mr. Speaker. So one of the recommendations is that the EACC, Mr. Speaker, I heard the governor was in Senate, and he was very categorical that we want to invite an independent body to come and look at the affairs of KABIANGA. So I concur with the governor. After the passage of this report, Mr. Speaker, I think the board should be sent home packing tomorrow, and on Monday, Mr. Speaker, they should be appearing before the EACC at the Integrity Center in Nairobi, not even Nakuru, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I support this report because they have a recommendation that is going to take our account forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support the report.
Thank you, honorable members. I can see the 2 minutes is not tenable, and I want to give Honorable Paul Chirchir to propose something for us to continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Looking at the mood of the House and looking at the time, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a few minutes to debate, and members have not exhausted. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to move as per the County Assembly of Kericho Standing Orders number 63, which is on motions which may be moved without notice, Mr. Speaker, sir. M, motion for extension of sitting time of the Assembly. I wish to further move an extension of time from 1:30, Mr. Speaker, sir, to 2:20 p.m., Mr. Speaker, sir. And that motion of extension will be seconded by Honorable Vincent Korir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. I now wish to propose the question that this session be extended up to 2:20 p.m. this afternoon. Any contribution? If there's none, I'll put a question that this house be extended, this session be extended up to 2:20 p.m. today. Will as many of similar opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So we can continue. So I will give to, in the following order, Honorable Anita Biegon, followed by Edna Tanui, and then Gilbert Ngetich in that order. And then I'll go for the second set. And please stick to the 2 minutes. So after Anita Biegon, Edna, Gilbert Ngetich in that order. So that we can beat the time for 2:20. Remember, we have a few more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity to be able to contribute. I think first I would like to congratulate the team led by our able chair, Dr. Naman, for compiling this report. And as mentioned by many of our honorable members, I think KABIANGA TFAM is one of the revenue stream that we look up to as a county government. And the report has clearly indicated the challenges that the TFAM is facing, I think starting from the governance and also the management issues. And I want to totally agree with the committee observations and also the recommendations that have been laid down going forward. And just want to agree on one or two things that have been noted, starting with the disbandment of the current board of directors, looking at the conflicts that have been mentioned by the various people who were able to contribute, even those who are working there, and the issues that have actually been clearly noted, having been contributed directly by the directors in performing of their roles. And I also want to just indicate that as we work on the governance, as we work on the board, we are realizing also we have a problem even with the manager. There are issues that have been noted here that I would expect, as much as it was noted somewhere as the board, that part of their success was being able to source. I read something about being able to source a competent or poach someone somewhere. But I ask myself if there's been any difference with performance, especially looking at the issues that we're noting in terms of the plucking of tea being not of good quality. Those are some of the things, Mr. Speaker, so I ask myself as the lead team, how do we pay an employee who has not been able to actually, who plucks, who is not meeting the quality in terms of the work that has been given, and at the end of the day we end up paying 11 shillings and getting 10 shillings for it. So as we work on the governance, the board, even the management has an issue, and we have to look into that, because if we are not, if this farm is not being run by the right personnel, we have a problem. We might have the right board, not someone who is executing those duties down with the people there is not doing the right thing, we will still have a problem. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think there were issues raised even by the audit team that were very key issues in terms of even the reports not being able to be provided, and those are management issues, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we really want to get deep to it. If we're not getting reports, what is wrong, or if the auditors, in fact, I think the information provided was that they were not using the right way of doing their audits, since it's a company, it's a limited company. So those are issues we are asking ourselves. If we want to be able to also play our oversight role as an assembly, I think the team lead, the manager also will be able to up their game. This is high time, Mr. Speaker, sir, we do this to conclusion, so that we don't have such a very good report as indicated by an honorable member and later on fail on implementation. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to support the report fully, and let's see this implemented so that we can have our revenues increased in this county of Kericho. Thank you.
Honorable Edna Tanui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this moment to contribute or to support the report. First, may I take this opportunity to thank the AD-HOC committee for giving us a very good report. First, we were asking for the photos, but after going through the report, it is a good report. So I'll be very brief, mainly because honorable members have put their inputs and have stood to support this motion, mainly because I've seen and approved myself that the management of KABIANGA Tea Farm has a lot of issues. There is a lot of laxity in the management of the farm, and there is a lot, multitude reasons why we support this report. First, I saw the fertilizers are procured privately without the followed procedures. So you find the directors have taken the farm to be their individual farms. So secondly, we find also the public vehicles are registered under the private number plates, which is really very wrong. As we talk right now, we have heard that even the title deed of the farm is not there. And I don't know how we are going to handle a case whereby there is no title deed. Surely there is a lot of issues. Everywhere has issues. The auditors also have issues. Directors have issues. The management managers have issues. So I think my main recommendation here is that we support it and we take action on this. And the second recommendation, me too, is that the tea leaves should be taken to KTDA. I support what Honorable Bol Chirchir said, that this farm should be managed by the KTDA. And then the second thing is that the new clones should be planted. And as we have heard that the directors are claiming that the clones are old, but to find that in the financial statement that we have seen, there was some other years back that they made a lot of profit. Now, why now? And it was the same clone. So up to there, I stand to support the motion and action be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gilbert Ngetich. Then I'll give to Honorable Amos Birid and Vincent, then we'll almost conclude. And let us just 1 or 2 minutes, because all of us are...
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute and support this particular motion in which was sponsored by Honorable Dominic and now being chaired, the AD-HOC committee chaired by Dr. Naman. And let me appreciate, because I'm a member, the way we did this work. I really appreciate, and I know, and I also knew that out of our engagements, we will come up with a report which is watertight like this. But before this, Mr. Speaker, let me appreciate the students from Ketar with Girls, where I'm a pioneer, Mr. Speaker, sir. Initially, some years back, it was a mixed school where I did my KCSE, Mr. Speaker. Now that's a CAL school, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that they have really been in this assembly, and when the alumni will be called, my name will never miss, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, my contribution towards the report is that the report is watertight, and we really did thorough investigations, and we obtained what you've really highlighted here. Chairman, you did a very wonderful job by leading us in this particular report. And today, all what we recommended is what is stipulated, Mr. Speaker, sir. What we really discussed is what it is written, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to extend the appreciation also to the team, the clerks, and the secretariat at large, who are really behind this ad hoc committee because of the report which is actually out here, which is really implicating the seriousness of a matter, Mr. Speaker. The serious point in which I want to highlight, Mr. Speaker, is that if we want to increase production, Mr. Speaker, in KABIANGA tea farm, we have to change the clones simultaneously, even if it means it's costly, Mr. Speaker. My view over this thing is that a farm will produce with high produce, which is quality, Mr. Speaker, can be obtained by changing the clones. And from the background that I worked in KTDA before being here, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you really that old clones, even if you add fertilizers in any ratio, you will never obtain optimum production, Mr. Speaker. So changing the clones is just but an indication of an improvement in that particular farm. And to be managed by KTDA management, if I may actually take, Mr. Speaker, because I know the quality leave in which the Honorable Member Anita said is not in the vocabulary of KABIANGA directors at the moment, because the leave is not even taken care of. So that is why they take the leave to these factories which are not adhering to the quality requirement, Mr. Speaker, sir. So they have to up the game by having new clones, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we should have the production increased and have new clones before we go to feasibility study to have a factory there, Mr. Speaker, sir. So pertaining the works existing, Mr. Speaker, as recommended to the directors, most of the problems which were mentioned was really directed to the directors by the team in which we interrogated. And out of this, we will have a new guidance on the management of the farm when we will be working on the act, that is KABIANGA Tea Farm Act. Mr. Speaker, I suppose this report in totality, and because chairman at the committee is the chairman implementation, I think so. We expect out of your order, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the first report to be implemented is this one, Mr. Chairman, if he's existing here, Honorable Dr. Naman, that if this will be implemented tomorrow, we will have the farm running well and we will actually achieve optimum profit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. I'll give to Amos Birir and then Vincent. And then we are almost there. But let's remember the time is not on our side. So 1 minute each will be very important. Amos Birir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this chance you have given me. I want to support the motion. Actually, we have talked about this KABIANGA farm. First of all, I want to thank the chair, Dr. Norman, and honorable members for contributing how we can improve KABIANGA tea farm. Actually, KABIANGA tea farm, we are getting a great loss. Instead of getting a lot of money, we are using using more expenses than the collection of revenue we are getting. So for KABIANGA to be improved, it is better to change all the management in that farm. Otherwise, it is like a farmer who is keeping a cow using more money and getting less milk. When you have seen a cow is not giving you milk, you can sell that animal to a butcherman because you are making a great loss. Instead of gaining, you are losing a lot. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to make action. Instead of wasting time, management can be changed. Directors are not making anything, including the manager. All management of KABIANGA to be changed. And I want to thank the area Honorable Mr. Dominic
because he was the one who revealed these things. Otherwise, we were sitting idle here without checking the revenue of KABIANGA. Honorable members, instead of wasting time, we better change, Mr. Speaker, we better change immediately.
Thank you.
This habit of saying it is problem of clone, it is useless. Not the matter of changing of clones. If you continue putting more fertilizers and management is poor, we are not making anything. Let us change management immediately. If we want to improve Kericho County to get a lot of revenue. Otherwise, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. You give my people of Kapkatet 3 minutes. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Hermos Berid. Mheshimiwa Vincent Korir. Then we'll go to, I'll give to Chair Agriculture because that's your department. So, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to actually comment on the report. First of all, I would like to thank the chairman, Dr. Naman, and the other committee for doing a very good job in producing a very comprehensive report that actually touches on a very important resource in this county, that is KABIANGA Tea Farm. Actually, Mr. Speaker, sir, it shows that as the Assembly, we are doing the right role of oversight, and we have a wake-up call that actually we must now look at all other county resources that can give us revenue. Remember, in this county, we are really trying to look for revenue for development. And as up to now, if we compare ourselves with other counties, I always say we still need a lot to do in this county. And KABIANGA Tea Farm should be performing even better. And when you look at the factors that the report have said regarding the performance of the enterprise, you look at the previous management. For example, when they say when James Finlay used to manage it, it actually used to do a lot even in the society. So it means it's not about what Honorable Mheshimiwa for the Honorable for Kapkatet, Amos Berid has said, it's not about the clones, and it's not about maybe the fertilizer. It's actually about the rational management. If we have rational manager who can make the right decisions, then it means we can be profitable. If you can look at what they have said about the other factories that are of similar type, they are actually making profit. So it means KABIANGA Tea Farm has high potential. Even if you look at the report, there are instances when productivity was going up to 2.4 million. There are instances when they are going below, up to 1.3 million. What does it mean? It means there must be a problem somewhere. And that problem must be somebody who is in charge. If there is labor, the tea is there, the farm is there, then it means only the management to put in place. Actually, as you look at the recommendation that the director should be disbanded, then I also support that. They should be disbanded, and if there is any other new board to manage it, they should have clear role and clear mandate on how they should run the enterprise so that it's going to be profitable. Because if you put directors who do not know their main role, only maybe conflicting with the management, then it means we are doomed. Actually, I have some few other recommendations that if you look at some gaps, you realize there have been some wastages somewhere, and that is part of making losses. You can also talk about the pricing. Pricing is very important. Actually, if KABIANGA Tea Farm is run very well, it means in future, if it is profitable, then what can prevent the other farmers around from even being outgrowers of this company? Because what we need is profitability. And if our farmers can embrace this enterprise also as outgrowers, then it means more revenue for our county. Actually, there are some issues like enforcement of the act. I want to urge the chairman of this ad hoc committee that this is like our baby. And because we are still here for the next 5 years, we must hold this dearly as the assembly so that we ensure that this farm is running at all cost. As the chair of Public and Accounts Investment Committee, I think we must also be looking at the reports as committee for PAC so that we can be able to interrogate and be able to learn if there are weaknesses so that it can be corrected in advance. I also noted that there were some bonuses that were not paid because of contractual breaching. Those are the things that we should look at. Actually, these companies should be giving us more money. And what I urge the assembly is let us now focus as the assembly on behalf of the people of Kericho County to actually now focus on increasing more revenue streams, being even more vigilant, and even working extra hard to be able to interrogate the sources and revenue streams within our county. Otherwise, this is a very good report. It is a very comprehensive report. The only good thing that we need to know is in Kenya, they normally say we are very good in policy making, but very poor in implementation. So, Chairman, we need to implement this. And if we implement, it will act as an example to the rest. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Because of the lack of time, I would like to appreciate the committee, and I support the implementation of this report and adoption in this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mercy Kikonyo. And then I'll give to Honorable Chair Agriculture, Julius. Then I'll give to the area MCA for KABIANGA. Then the mover of the motion will reply. Of course, Mheshimiwa Peter Kemoy. Yes. But let's just take a minute. Thank you, Mercy.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sababu ya nafasi hii ambao umenipea niweze kuchangia ripoti ambayo ililetwa hapa na kamati ya ad hoc. Kwanza kabisa nataka nishukuru mwenyekiti wa kamati ya ad hoc. Kulingana na vile nimepitia hii ripoti ya ad hoc committee, nimeona ya kwamba wamefanya kazi mzuri kwa sababu wamejaribu kutembea na wamefanya kazi iliyo bora. Kwanza kabisa nataka niseme ya kwamba nimeweza nikiwa moja wapo katika hii kamati, nimeona ya kwamba shamba ya Kabianga ni sawasawa na shamba ambao tulitembelea upande wa Kirinyaga kwa sababu haina utofauti katika upande wa ikari. Nataka niseme ya kwamba kulingana na hii ripoti, ningetaka niseme ya kwamba wamefanya kazi mzuri, na sasa inaonekana ya kwamba kamati ya utekelezaji wachukue jukumu na ili waweze kutekeleza yale ambao imeandikwa katika hii ripoti, kwa sababu inawezekana wakifuatilia. Kwanza kabisa nataka niseme ya kwamba kwa upande ya mbolea wakiweza kuifuatilia na wafanyi kazi katika hiyo shamba ya Kabianga, katika wilaya ya Kericho tunaweza pata faida kwa sababu mambo yote itawezekana. Ya mwisho nikitaka kumalizia ni kwamba kulingana na vile kamati ya ad hoc walitembea katika Kangaita farm, inaonekana ya kwamba walifanya kazi mzuri, na kwa maoni yangu nataka niseme ya kwamba katika upande wa majani chai, kama wanaweza fuatilia hawa wafanyikazi vile wanavyofanya kazi katika hiyo shamba, hakika wilaya yetu ya Kericho inaweza pata faida. Nimesimama hapa kuunga hii ripoti na niseme sasa kazi ni kwa kamati ya utekelezaji. Asante.
Asante Mheshimiwa Mercy. At this time I want to give to Honorable Julia Shelle, then Peter Kemoi, then we're almost concluding. In just a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to air also my views on the this farm. And first, I would like to thank the committee led by Dr. Naman for the commendable job done. I also happen to be part of the team, so I must congratulate myself also for sitting that, for being one of the members. I want to say the initiator of this inquiry, that is Honorable Dominic from Kabianga. You did well-calculated time, and you took more effort to see that KABIANGA farm is reclaimed to its glory. KABIANGA farm used to be a demonstration center to most of our young farmers in our villages, and to date, not even our farmers are ever talking about the KABIANGA farm. So I want to thank Mr. Honorable Dominic for the effort you have done. I also want to thank the Secretariat and the House, that is the Assembly at large, for seeing that this report is brought to the Assembly on time and should be implemented in a short time and period for us to realize our effort on the findings. Mine is to request for the KABIANGA farm also to be a demonstration center to our young farmers and also our county. Our KABIANGA farm should not be a liability to the county. It should be a profit making. So I request this House to fast track and act fast, and then we will realize our effort in our third assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity you have given to me to contribute. I support the report in totality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, members. I'm still checking on the time, and I don't want to do further extension. So I wanted to give to Honorable Dominic, and I see Peter Kemoi. I'll give you half a minute. You just say one word, then I'll give it to Honorable Dominic, and then the move of the motion to reply, then we conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And it is good also that you get our points, because when you give us to be the last people to contribute, and you give us a very limited time, I don't know. It happens that I'm one of the people who are coming from Belgut, and KABIANGA Tifam is located within the jurisdiction. It is also our concern. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Dominic for coming up with his motion that has contributed to the positive way out concerning the KABIANGA tea farm. Let me also appreciate the work done by the only doctor we have in the House, Dr. Naman, for chairing the AD-HOC committee. At first, we were asking that he could have attached some photos to prove some of the areas they visited,
because this is a very wonderful document that we need to give us and assist us as the Kericho County in terms of collecting the revenue. It will change and make a turnaround this Kericho County if we implement this document. Maybe my concern is on the page of 22. I was analyzing, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are some money which was collected, and after spending, in fact, they are spending also the money, the total cost that they have collected, and the remaining, the surplus or the loss. This is my point of concern. 2020-2021, they managed to have a surplus of 9,170,696, and they submitted 5,845,000 to the county government of Kericho. My question is, the remaining amount, where was it spent? And likewise to some other years that we have seen. Another concern is on the 2014-2015. They made a loss of 3,344,729. And there was another loss of 2,715,820. Where did they recover this money if it is a loss? That is my concern, Mr. Speaker, sir, because I think there is something tricky here that these KABIANGA T-Farm are playing with the figures. Mr. Speaker, sir, as we adopt this document, my submission goes to the CEC Department of Agriculture, that they take it with a serious note and implement this document. And also to our able governor, that it takes the action immediately on the management of KABIANGA T-Farm. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support this motion and say echo to the team that they did a wonderful job. May God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So thank you so much. So lastly, I'll give to Honorable Dominic Mutai, so that I can give to the move of the motion to reply. And thank you, members, for your contribution and your patience. And I will, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. First, I want to welcome the beautiful ladies from Ketarwet Secondary School to this great assembly. Karibuni sana. Thank you. Welcome. I want to support the motion, Mr. Speaker, sir. KABIANGA T-Farm is one of the entities owned fully by the great county of Kericho. I want also to thank the APO team and the assembly at large, led by ABO Speaker, for granting us and giving us opportunity to work on this KABIANGA T-Farm through the AD-HOC committee. I want to thank the ABO chair, not the only doctor, but we have our speaker as a doctor, the Dr. Naman, and the team for tirelessly working, sitting, transversing, visiting, to check on the improvement of this KABIANGA T-Farm. During our finding, the Honorable Speaker, during the interview, visiting, we came across several issues affecting our farm. This is one of the farms which generate income to the great people of Kericho County. When we were interviewing the managers from Kipkebe Beef Factory, we realized that there was erroneously reduction of 545,000. That is nearly 500,000, which it could have got lost. Their recommendation also was the board of directors to improve on performance of the tea farm. We need this farm to make a probability of the farm in the first financial of the year. The farm in some years, there was a tabulated here in the table in annexure that at one time the farm made around 10 million profit to the county government of Kericho. And then for the last few years, they have been doing a negative. There was a raft of recommendation from the committee, and I want to applaud the committee for sitting and giving us this recommendation. It is very sad, Mr. Speaker, that you transport tea nearly 70 kilometers, that is around 140 kilometers, to a factory in Kisii County. We have several factories surrounding KABIANGA area, and even within the Kericho County, and maybe our neighbors. But transporting tea to a 70 kilometer, that is to and fro, that is 140 kilometers per day. This is a waste of resources, and also it's a waste of time. We realized the Evergreen, they had a lot of variances. Tea is transported from the farm. When it reaches to the factory, they decided to say the tea is substandard. And when it is a substandard, they negotiate for the price. When you negotiate a tea which was plucked at 11 shilling and you buy it at around 8 shilling, that is a direct loss to the company and to the taxpayers of this great county. Issue of fertilizers, one of my colleague members have said, purely tea need fertilizers. But issue of fertilizers was not clear when it applied. There was also a variance from the factory to the farm during our finding. I don't want to take time because we have sat since morning debating on this great important ad-hoc report committee on KABIANGA tea farm. We went to Mombasa and visit warehouses. We went to auction. But it was sadly, and we need to put this on record, that the tea belonging to the small scale of this great county, what we call west of Rip, stays in the warehouse for up to 6 months to 8 months. And I want to urge these honorable members and this honorable house that we need to see and safeguard the interests of our farmers. When tea stay in warehouses for that long time, it fetches the cost of storing the tea in the warehouse, and the market price will come down. Most of our tea from these public factories, which are owned by small-scale farmers from the west of Rift, hardly fetches $2 and above. There was a set prices which was done by the amendment of the Tea Bill Act, which are factories that is up. So if we are not going to be very careful, most of our factories will go into receivership and most of farmers will languish. The only performing factory which perform in west of Rift, that is Kericho and Kisii and Bomet, is Mamul, which fetches the above average, the set prices. I want to urge these honorable members that we take up this. Those are the issues which we came across when we were doing this report. There are other issues which we came across which was not for this report, and I want to ask Chairman for the other committee and Chairman Agriculture that we need to pick all those issues so that our farmers will guide it. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to urge our Governor, Excellency Dr. Mutai, that as the County Assembly we have done our part, the balls will lie squarely at this door, that he immediately act to safeguard the interests of the people of this great county. So we expect him to do justice for the people of Kericho County by acting with immediate effect. The Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Finance, that they up their game. They sat in this board, but they have, by and large, leave the running of the farm to the independently elected nominated, the appointed directors. So you want to write in the CEC for finance and the CEC for agriculture and the CEC for trade, that they need to up their game if you want to realize the profit and the effective running of this farm. Otherwise, I support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dominic Rono. Before I give to the move of the motion to reply.
Chair Mutai.
Yes, Mutai. Thank you, Dominic Mutai. Thank you, thank you. Before I give to Honorable Dr. Naman Dob to reply, I did recognize in our gallery that we have students from Getarawet Girls Secondary School. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to the assembly, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the assembly, I wish them a fruitful visit. And since Honorable Anita Biegon had spoken before, I want to use my powers as the speaker for today to give Honorable Anita Biegon, who is the MC for Shemosod Ward, who at the school before us, to come and just welcome them and probably challenge them before I give to the Honorable Dr. Naman Drop. So, Honorable Anita Biegon, you have 2 minutes to welcome the students from Getarawet Girls.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to welcome girls from Getarawet to this house today. This is a house of rules and procedures, and it's a privilege today, Honorable Speaker, that I'm standing here welcoming these girls, and I've just sat there and remembered a day almost a year ago when I visited their school while I was still campaigning, and I managed to encourage them and talk to them, and I told them that I was one time a girl like you, and this is where I am today, and I was confident that I will be in the county assembly. And I'm so happy, Honorable Speaker, that I'm actually welcoming them today to this house and to encourage them that what you've seen today happen in this house is part of the mandate that we have as honorable members, which is to legislate. We represent the members, and we also do oversight. And what you've been able to see happen today is a pure role of oversight as we look at some of the revenue streams that this county government have, and also to ensure that the companies or the organizations or the farms that are under the county government are actually making profits. So welcome students from Getarawet Girls. Anytime, reach out to these leaders and we will be able to come for you. We'll be able to share the information that you need to be able to excel in your studies, and we want to wish you well. We have a team of women caucus. They are always there for you. They'll have a plan to visit your school soon and talk to you and encourage you so that you can do well in your studies, that one day you'll also be representing the people in this assembly. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Anita Biegon. I now give this chance to Honorable Dr. Naman Dob to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, for giving me this chance to reply to the motion on the report of the AD-HOC committee on KABIANGA TFAM. Firstly, Honorable Speaker, sir, I would like to thank the honorable members who have sat painstakingly for the better part of the morning and even for the better part of the afternoon discussing the report on KABIANGA TFAM. Honorable Speaker, sir, it is then my prayer that for this farm to be run efficiently and for this farm to be profitable and for the farm to be run professionally and for the farm to foster good relationship with the community, it is the prayer of the ad hoc committee that this House adopts this report to guide on policy and legislation. Thank you, Speaker, sir.
So thank you, honorable members. I now wish to put a question that this House adopts the report of the ad hoc committee on KABIANGA tea farm. Will as many of similar opinion say aye? Aye. And will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So, honorable members, before I join the session today, I have two other communications which came late, and I want to make that communication. Members, you are invited for a tree planting exercise in Kapsoid Ward. That is on Friday, 31st March 2023, as from 10 a.m. at Torrid Primary School ground. This invitation has been extended by Honorable Paul Chirchir, the MCA for Kapsoid Ward, on Friday. Secondly, is that the Honorable Majority Leader has requested for a Kamukunji shortly after this session today on matters pertaining issues of the members of the County Assembly. And lastly, is that from our calendar, our recess will begin from tomorrow, 30th March 2023 to 10th April 2023. This therefore means that, and since we extended our session from morning until the afternoon, so therefore it means that the afternoon session for today will not be there, and therefore this assembly stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 11th of April 2023. So therefore, being no other business, this House is adjourned until 11th of April 2023. Thank you.